Folks, if we could take our seats, we'll try to get started.
Talk to that guy right there.
So first, I'd like to welcome our new committee members. I'm going to hand the floor over to
Oh.
Barb.
Well, I'll do it in
Okay, you'll do that later. All right. So those of you who are here in person, welcome. We're delighted to have you. I did want to ask those of you, the members of ASCAC who are on Zoom, if you wouldn't mind just quickly introducing yourself so we know who's there along with affiliations. So jump in, folks.
Good morning, everyone. This is Karen Bergman from Columbia University.
Hi, I'm Jill Meserov from the University of California, San Diego.
Hi, this is Barbara Chapman from Hewlett Packard Enterprise and Stony Brook University.
Hi, Ed Seidel here, University of Wyoming. Hi, everybody.
Mark Dean from MIT. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Tina Brower Thomas, Howard University.
Mark Dean, Professor Emeritus at University of Tennessee.
Anyone else? Sorry.
Susan Gregorick from NIH.
Anyone else? All right. John, are you there?
Yes, did you hear me?
Just barely.
I'm sorry, it's John Negley from MIT.
Thanks, John. Anyone else? I think that's all. So we may have some others join us later. So welcome everyone. It seems like it's been since the last ice age, since we were together in person. So I'm really glad to see some smiling faces and have a chance to talk to people in the hallways and over lunch and breaks. So I've certainly missed that, and I expect you have too. And there are a couple quick things I wanted to mention before I hand the floor over to Barb. I hope many of you, I certainly did, had a chance to wander over and look at the CSGF fellows posters last night. It's always gratifying to see the next generation of computational scientists and see the breadth and depth of activities that were represented there. There are a couple things that are in flight, and there are some members of this. There's a National Academy study looking at post-exascale. Jack Dungara is part of it. Mark Dean's part of it. I'm part of it. Kathy Yellick is chairing it. We're about to enter. We're in the middle of the initial writing phase right now, based on visits. So that process, I hope, will complete before the end of the calendar year. And unless you've been hiding in a cave, you know, there's been much discussion, and I'm not sure what the other political phrase to use in polite company, about reconciling various innovation acts in the US Congress, right? So that process is changing on an hourly basis almost. Does look like the CHIPS Act to support semiconductor fabrication has a pretty good chance. The real question is how much other beyond authorization takes place in terms of appropriation to support basic research and innovation. And that's an issue that cuts across all of the science agencies, Department of Energy, and it's one where my other head as chair of the National Science Board, I've been spending a lot of time on as well. But it's an important issue for the future of research and innovation in the country. And so with that, let me hand the floor over to Barb to offer the traditional opening, the view from Germantown. So Barb, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan. Let me just go to the first slide. Oh, I do it this way. Where do I point? Okay. You heard some new names on the phone, and these are some pictures to go along with our new members. Two of them that we have in our room. We have Valerie Taylor, who's from Argonne. She's the director of the Math and Computer Science division there. and Dr. Marianne Lung, who's the president of Sustainable Horizons, who spoke to us, I think, a couple of ASCACs ago. We also have Professor Tina Bauer Thomas, who's the executive director of the Center for Integrated Quantum Materials at Howard University. Mark Dean introduced himself as the emeritus professor at the University of Tennessee. Many of you know Gil Herrera. He is the director, currently the director of research at the National Security Agency, and couldn't be here today because he's on travel. And then Ed Seidel, who's the president of the University of Wyoming. So we welcome you all to ASCAC. I think Jerry Richmond spoke, our undersecretary spoke at the last ASCAC meeting, but I don't think she really covered that the department has been undergone a reorganization. In the past, and I know this is a terrible chart to read, we had Dr. Richmond was the Undersecretary for Science and Energy, so all of the energy programs fell under her watch. And what the department did was they split out some of the programs that were in the office in science and energy, and moved them into the Undersecretary for Infrastructure. So that's where the DOE loan programs go. That's where WAPA and Bonneville Power and things like that are in that one. That where we still now, Dr. Richmond oversees not only the Office of Science, but energy programs and EERE, Office of Electricity, and many of the applied technology programs. So if I put pictures, again, pictures to faces, we all know that Jennifer Granholm is our secretary. Dr. Jerry Richmond is the Undersecretary for Science. And since our last meeting, they have confirmed Dr. Asmith Asraf Burhay as the director of the Office of Science. So we finally have a director of the Office of Science. And Dr. Burhay is currently on leave from the University of California, Merced, where she's a professor in soil biogeochemistry and holds the Ted and Jan Falasco Chair of Earth Sciences and Geology. She was also the interim associate dean for graduate education. She's internationally recognized for her research that lies at the intersection of soil science, global change science, and political ecology, with an emphasis on how soil systems regulates the Earth climate and the dynamic two-way relationship between the natural environment and human communities. She received several awards and honors, but one that I want to call your attention to, in 2020, she was named the Great Immigrant and Great American by the Carnegie Corporation of New York. As that honor implies, she was born in Asmara, Etaria, and received her BS in Soil and Water Conservation from the University of Asmara, and her MS in Political Ecology from Michigan State University, and a PhD in Biogeochemistry from the University of California, Berkeley. And she will be addressing us tomorrow. So let me now go into budget updates. This again is another eye chart. I showed it at the last ASCAC meeting. This was our president's request, where the Office of Science, Oscar's request was $1,680,000,000 and some change. And at that time, that request prioritized our foundational research across Oscar, and that focused on combining the challenges of heterogeneous computing architectures and the development of new scalable energy efficient algorithms and software, new data management visualization techniques and tools to understand uncertainty and complex scientific data. It also initiated new activities, and that's primarily where our growth was, to sustain critical software technologies from ECP, but more importantly, the activities of the Department of Energy's Earthshots. We continue to incorporate AI and ML into simulations and database. So we had some growth in our artificial intelligence funding and data intensive applications. And I'm going to talk then in more detail about what we're doing to connect distributed resources, particularly the SC scientific user facilities. It continued to support our initiative that we got funded for this year, BRAVE, which is on biopreparedness, and our ongoing partnership with the National Cancer Institute. It fully supported, the request fully supported the National Quantum Research Institutes and our basic research in quantum. It supported the optimal operations of the facilities and provided for completion of projects at OLCF, ESNet, and NurseNine, while initiating acceptance testing for the ALCF project, what we expect to be, Aurora expect to be delivered in 2023, and planning continues for the follow-on to NurseNine. So that was in the request. Since then, we now have had the House markup. And as you can see, the House provided additional funding for Argonne, a little bit more for Oak Ridge, and additional funding for Berkeley. So they provided a little, as normal, provided additional funding for the facilities. They also told us that they supported the design of a high performance data facility, which we proposed in our 2022 budget. And they told us not to spend less than $300 million in our basic research program. And as usual, that wasn't all they said. They also encouraged us to spend not less than 15 million and up to 40 million for advanced memory technologies research. They also recognized the camera program, the Center for Advanced Mathematics for Energy Applications, and encouraged the department to support the creation of a cross-cutting research program that leverages applied math, computer science, and computational science to increase the scientific productivity of the user facilities. Again, I will talk about that in a later slide. They also encouraged us to explore the viability of photonic quantum computing in coordination with other federal agencies, and encourage us to consider mechanism to provide access to the ion trap quantum computing resources. And here they suggested that we give them a briefing no later than 120 days after the appropriation bill on what our plans were in this area. So that was Oscar's language. The Office of Science also had additional language. At my last presentation, I talked about the Renew program, which is our primary engagement for the HBCUs and MIS, minority serving institutions. And here they said they recommended no less than $60 million across the Office of Science for the Renew and the Accelerate FAIR programs. And I talked about those in my last presentation. They gave us funding for Earthshots, but they gave us half the funding. So you can see here where Oscar had asked for 50 million, Oscar received 25 million in the appropriation. They were not happy with across the Office of Science budgets for the support of facility operations. And here they noted their disappointment with the department's lack of support for robust user operations in the budget request, and directed the department to prioritize the stewardship of user facilities in 2022 and future budgets. But they also offered their support for the established program to stimulate competitive research, which is the EPSCoR program, and recommended the recommendation provided not less than 35 million across the Office of Science programs for the EPSCoR program. The responsibility for EPSCoR primarily resides in the Basic Energy Sciences program within DOE or with SC, but certainly all of the programs have some funding in EPSCoR states, and we're encouraged here to provide more funding to EPSCoR states. So that, in a nutshell, was the Office of Science's budget markup from the House, and this is how it translates into the Oscar budget. And you can see the markup gave us $1 billion, $50 million and $50 million. There's the facilities, and Exascale we were planning that in 2023 it's going down anyway. So this was the baseline for the program. So this didn't come as a shock. And that leaves us about 340 million for our research programs. So with that, I want to step and talk about what we've done so far in FY22. Since our last meeting, when we met last in March, we'd already released our SIDAC funding opportunity announcements. Since that time, we've released, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different funding opportunities that many people on the Zoom session or in this building have had to respond to. So you can see we're talking about randomized algorithms for scientific computing. Many of you are familiar with our mathematical multifaceted integrated capability centers, or MIMICs. We're competing those. We had a workshop on data viz and providing, so we had a funding opportunity announcement in that. And this goes along, Jaren is going to talk after me on COV, where the COV says, we've had workshops, but no really funding opportunities. And here's some examples of what we've done. Our Renew is interesting because we've switched the focus, so it's focusing on quantum. We've just completed 2 workshops meeting with connecting the labs to MSIs and HBCUs so that they can apply to this program. So the proposals aren't due for Renew until September, in the middle of September, to give people time to respond. And then the Advancing Computer Modeling and Epidemiology for Biopreparedness and Response, that's our BRAVE initiative. And we did a roundtable on that. So we waited for the roundtable to be out. And I think the initial report or the brochure for the roundtable has been posted. We have made, we're close to making selections in SIDAC. And the last one is we did Express. Express is our program for high risk and high reward early stage research. And we combined a number of FOAs into one. So we have $20 million across 2 and 3 years for all of the programs listed there. So federated machine learning, differential programmable, explainable artificial intelligence, partial discrete event simulation, quantum algorithms, and mathematical methods, and quantum computing at the edge, which is quantum sensors, our entrance into quantum sensors. So those proposals, so you can imagine what the ASCAC program managers are busy doing. We've been reviewing proposals and they're getting ready to brief me on what they've selected. So one of the other things we talked about, I think Dan mentioned the USDOE legislation. One of the things that we did, we spent March and through May, is going up to the Hill and briefing the congressional staffers on the 5 technologies listed here and what we're doing in the areas of artificial intelligence, quantum information science, materials and chemistry for clean energy, bioeconomy, and microelectronics. And I have to say there were a long list of ASCAC community members who participated. And I can't name them all because I can't remember them all, but I want to give my special thanks to Valerie Taylor, Rick Arthur, and Gil Herrera, ASCAC members who helped us out. And I think Rick is going to talk later today about what he's doing with Exascale, and then GM will be at our September meeting to share their USDOE story. If you have a chance, they're on our science website, and we can put the link, send the link out to you, that has some stories that we shared on this, especially under AI and quantum. And you can see the other person I want to thank is Rick Stevens, who did our overview for AI, the 5-minute overview of what the Office of Science is doing in AI. But I think these were well received. I know well attended because I attended most of them myself. I mentioned, and this is in relation to the language about camera, where they wanted an interdisciplinary approach to helping, working with the other SC user facilities. And I think we talked about this before, the integrated research ecosystem or infrastructure that we've been working on. This past year, we've been working on developing a blueprint for what this actually would look like, how we could connect all of the DOE user facilities, so that because we're getting more and more, we're getting requests from light sources, spallation, neutron sources to actually have a stronger connection to the high performance computing. And we want to make sure that we're being making a cohesive approach to this, so that if BES develops a tool, we can all use that tool. So I've had Ben Brown and working on developing an integrated infrastructure blueprint, and Bill Miller, who is on detail from NSF. And as I said, their idea for this past year was to develop the conceptual foundation that would inform a whole of SC strategy for an integrated research ecosystem. And a lot of this funding, if you look in the Office of Science budget, there's a line for advanced computing, and funding for this integrated research activity is under that advanced computing, and a number of the other offices have funding for this as well. But they spent the first half of the year gathering insight and trying to get input from as broad a community as they can. And now they've moved into a design phase to develop the blueprint, so we have a definite plan going forward of what we want to do. But again, this has been not only the Office of Science program managers, but they've gone out and talked to all of the scientific user facilities and the communities from those scientific user facilities. Last time I mentioned our agency priority goal, and one of the new ones that we have for the Office of Science, primarily OSCAR, is to sustain leadership in advanced computing technologies and enable continuing progress in science and engineering applications. And what we have to do as part of that, we have specific milestones we have to meet. The milestone for the third quarter of FY22 was to release a RFI to computing technologies vendors to solicit input concerning future technologies, advanced computing, ecosystem components, non-recurring engineering, and other factors that will help inform how DOE and the labs approach the next generation of supercomputing systems in 2025 and 2023 timeframe. I can tell you that the 6 labs involved in ECP has spent most of the time leading from March leading up to the release in June, talking to over 35 computer vendors, computer technology vendors, quantum vendors, about what they were going to ask for in the RFI. And the responses are due at the end of this month. And I want to call your attention to Dan has 15 minutes on the agenda, so we can get ASCAC's view of what their view of advanced computing is. So I just call your attention, and that, you know, so you don't have to fill out the lengthy RFI. Software sustainability, that's another thing that I've mentioned before, and where we are is we're finalizing the targeted scope for the potential software stewardship activities after gathering community input. And we want to define the relationship between what OSCAR is doing and what's going on in all of the other activities in all of the other parts of OSCAR. I mean, what are we already doing? What does the facilities need? What does research need? What does advanced computing technologies need? And what we hope to do is, because this is not, we can't do anything because this was specifically mentioned in the FY23 budget. So until we get a budget, we can't do anything. But we want to start working on a funding opportunity. And if there is a continuing resolution, which I think, what I read yesterday, I think there will be, we will prepare a Dear Colleagues letter so people know that this is coming. And again, we want to work with ECP, the facilities, and other stakeholders to make sure that we have a common understanding of how we contribute to the process. OSCAR, you know, we have a position open. I think I mentioned that Thomas Deuce-Fetter retired, but this is his position. We've opened the position. It's 2 parallel announcements. They'll consider computer scientists or a physical scientist. He was primarily focused on networking research. It's open now and closes August 1st. So if you have any suggestions, point them to USA Jobs. We would be entertained them coming to work for OSCAR. Okay, with that, I'll move on quickly to awards and highlights. Most of you have probably seen this one before. In June, the top 500 we named Frontier as we reached exascale. The interesting note on this slide is the fact that Frontier, because of the number of GPUs we have, was able to meet the exascale need where we kept it under 20 megawatts for running, and it reached I think 1.1 exaflops. But I won't say much more about Frontier because I think Justin Wood is going to speak later this morning. I haven't been here for a while, so I haven't been able to identify our new SIAM members. Ray Terminaro from Sandia is a new member in 2022, but we had 2021 SIAM members, Robert Falgot from Livermore and Habib Najim from Sandia are our SIAM awardees. And if you, in case you missed it, we just announced, the department announced the Orlando Lawrence awardees, and this is more mid-career. And even though they're not specifically Oscar people, we've funded for certain Luis Chiron for many years when our SIDAC fusion program. And Andrew Landau was recognized for his fundamental research in quantum that we're all building off of. And he's also a co-PI on our quantum test bed at Sandia. Now, it's sad that I had to say goodbye to 3 people this year, and I want to highlight those 3 people. Jeff Nichols, who was the who came to Oak Ridge about the time I came to DOE. And became the ALD there for their computing and computational science division. Decided he was going to retire. And so he retired, I think, toward the end of June. But he was instrumental in working with me and other ALDs in getting the exascale computing program. And I think the synergy between Jeff and Rick has really made the fact that the OLCF and ALCF are really considered one facility. And I attribute that to both Rick and Jeff's working together. And I can tell you, we had a bumpy start because I threw Jeff out of the OLCF after the first review, but we became very good friends after that. We still talked. I had to say goodbye to David Brown. I think David was here and spoke at the last one. I was honored to be able to introduce David at CSGF. I've known David for over 30 years from when I started working on CSGF, and David is a well-known applied mathematician. He gave the keynote at CSGF on Monday, and I encourage you, if anybody wants to see an early picture of David Brown, please look at that. It will be posted. But David really, besides his applied math work, David is really committed to training the next generation workforce. He's worked on that for 30 years, especially in the computational graduate fellowship program, and more recently with working with Marianne on the sustainable research pathways at Berkeley. That's being a program that ECP is actually working on with Valerie. Again, it was tough saying goodbye to David. The last one is Rusty Lusk, who didn't retire but passed away. And he was a mathematician who funded a longtime mathematician, computer scientist in the Oscar program and his predecessor, MEX. But I met Rusty when I went in, I was at Ames Lab then, and actually ran on the NCube they had at the Advanced Computing Research Center. So I met Rusty in '83. And I have to say, I stayed in touch with him because he was the one that helped me actually run on the NCube from a distance. But Rusty was also interested in the next generation workforce. And he always said yes when we needed a reviewer for the early career research program. And he will be missed. So, and just to notice down here is, I think, and Valerie probably knows more about it, CELS is planning a tribute or a memorial for him in the fall. All right, and then I missed, how do I go back? I need to go back. There. The last thing, as I mentioned, early career research, this is our new cohort of early research programs. So we have a number of researchers here. You can see computer science, applied math, networking, microelectronics, and quantum. So it cuts across Oscar's research program. We have, labs, Sandia had 2, Argonne had 1, and then we had a number of, and Oak Ridge has 1, and then we had a number from the universities, including EPSCoR states. So I just want to go now because I'm probably running out of time and talk. I have 3 highlights, and the 3 highlights are from previous. Actually, this highlight on developing performance benchmarks for quantum computing is by Tim Proctor, who is this year's early career awardee from Sandia. And he's working with the Quantum Economic Development Corporation, QEDC, to develop an application-oriented benchmark suite for quantum computers, which is something that we've been working on primarily through the test bed. That has been a component of the test bed, is to make sure that once we have quantum computers, we have some kind of benchmarks to see how the applications are going. The next is, we also have, this is some of the neuromorphic research we're doing. Hal Finkel is the program manager for this. This is Anap Das is an early career awardee from 2021. And here they're trying to do a co-design between the software for neuromorphic computing and hardware that's out there for neuromorphic computing to develop new hardware and software. And so, and using new buses rather than a cross connect. And the final one is we often, more and more, especially because of COVID, we realize that we need routine, we need procedures so that we can protect data, so that we can protect information and data, especially if we want to use them on Summit or Frontier. So we started a program a couple of years ago on privacy preserving framework and coming up with technologies so we can preserve privacy of the data while running on our machines. And this is a collaboration from Argonne, and they're working with people in the medical community, their medical institutions. And so they're using images to classify data. And again, Kim-Bak Kim is an early career fellow from 2019. And with that, I want to just highlight some other things that are on the agenda. The top 2 presentations are House scholarship presentations. And these, the House scholarship was actually named for Fred Howes. Many of you may or may not know Fred. Fred was the applied math program manager in the 1990s and passed away in 1999. But at that time, the Computational Science Graduate Fellowship was funded out of the applied math budget. So he was also the program manager for the Computational Science Fellowship, and very, very supportive in years when we needed that support at headquarters and that voice at headquarters. And after his passing, we established in CSGF the House Scholar that's given to CSGF alumni every year. And this is this year's alumni, Noel Mandel and Morgan Kelly, will be giving the presentations that they gave on Monday to ASCAC, so you can hear some firsthand what our computational science graduate fellowships are doing. We have a new charge on international standing. So we decided, since Basic Energy Science had already had that charge, to bring in the people who are co-chairs of that charge to explain what that meant. So Cynthia Friend will be speaking later today, I think, or tomorrow. Well, Lori isn't going to give the exascale update. I think it's Todd Munson and Mike Carreau. So this is wrong. But we have a talk from Argonne about what they're doing on the artificial intelligence test beds. Jaren is going to speak right after me on the response to your COV, and give the program response. And then Jordan Thomas, who is a new OSCAR member, is going to speak on our OSCAR Leadership Computing Challenge program that is one of our allocation program for our machines. And then I've already mentioned Justin, and I've already mentioned Rich. So with that, I think that's my last slide.
All right, thanks, Barb. Questions? Yeah, go ahead, Rich.
Not yet. I mean, they haven't even finished it yet. Yeah. Oh, they have to brief me first. They have to go through me first, but then I'm sure they'll make it. Because one of the things we want to do is make sure that NSF we can bring in NSF facilities as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vince Cerf. Just wondering on the federated learning, we're very interested in that at Google as well. One of the side effects is that you collect data locally and you do computations to build, for example, a machine learning model of the data that was locally collected. And then that model gets combined with other models that have been built elsewhere. What I don't know, and I don't, maybe others do, is whether trying to combine those models without having the original raw data available leads you to, potential peculiar bias effects when you are combining aggregated results as opposed to being able to aggregate them from raw data. No idea what I just asked, because I'm not an expert, but it is a curious challenge to try to hide the raw data for privacy reasons and still end up with a model that's actually useful.
Yeah. And I can tell you that one of the focuses, at least within DOE and all the federal agencies, is make sure we're addressing bias. So we have to, that's something that as we start down these paths, we have to think about that from the beginning rather than at the end.
It's been, again, bias is often characterized as, we have a set of data which isn't complete, and
Right.
so the results are biased. I'm thinking more about just ending up with wrong results.
Yeah.
In a sense.
And
because of that.
some of the foundational research, Stephen Lee is also doing both of this. The foundational research that we did at the, that we're funding in, is one of the things that's very important to us, is making sure that we can explain what those AI results are. So we've had express calls in that area, especially as you start using it to predict what you want to do. I want to know how I got that decision, and bringing in more domain knowledge to make sure that we're addressing that.
I'm looking to see if there are other questions online. Barb, I had a question. You alluded to the EPSCoR program earlier.
Mhm.
There's been a lot of political debate about the geography of innovation taking place. And in some sense, it's a question about equity of talent cultivation, but it's also about the unequal distribution of federal dollars across the geography. So and you mentioned that was largely the domain of BSAC, but it certainly strikes me this is a hot political topic right now. So just wondered if you could elaborate a little
Well,
more.
the EPSCoR funding resides in the Basic Energy Sciences program, but we all are focused now on funding more, putting more funding in EPSCoR states. And what that meant is, if I funded a program, and they have a call to EPSCoR, but then if I funded an EPSCoR state, they could add funding to it. BES could. But I was on a NSB, or a National Science Board panel with that Dario set up, with the gentleman who talked about the different around the country, the different pockets of people that could, innovation areas. And I agree. I mean, it's, in Tennessee, even though they get a lot of funding, there's a whole corridor between Chattanooga and Knoxville that could be a innovation hub. And in Iowa, Iowa, the whole Des Moines Iowa City corridor, what can we do to build up those areas as well? So it is a problem. And I think that's why we're trying to broaden participation, not only with HBCUs and MSIs, but across the country.
Thanks. Other questions? Oh, sorry. Yeah, please. Oh, sorry, Sylvia. I'm looking around frantically for someone waving.
So going back to the data integration, I wonder if you're considering integration of data across agencies, because that is an important issue. So we're part of this collaboration with the VA, but it has to go beyond that, and you know.
But for that to happen, there needs to be a lot of agreements put into place between agencies, and we are working on that. I mean, that's one of the things we learned in the COVID consortium.
Exactly.
Is it's not, unless we can address the data issue and making sure that people can use the data, we don't have the whole story.
Yeah.
And you know, and I think that's important. But yes, that is. And one of the things that the COVID consortium and then OSTP has also put a number of documents out on is this National Strategic Computing Reserve, which would be put in place so that if we have another pandemic, everything that we did in the COVID consortium would already be in place. And that would be, if it does happen, that would be a key element, is making sure that we have all those agreements in place, because we just didn't have time in COVID to put all those agreements in place.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Tim.
Is this on? Okay. I think I know the answer, but I just want to ask, do you have any insight into what's behind the House comment about support for facilities, and especially whether there are any Oscar facilities?
I think it was not so much the Oscar facilities. I think it was because we have, you know, good support. There, some of the other projects, perhaps they don't get to run at Life Sources, where we run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Maybe some of the other resources don't get to run all the time. I mean, I think Light Sources do, but maybe something like Ricket or the TJ Lab experiments don't get to run 24 hours or 7 days a week, or even all year. They run so many weeks per year, and I think there wasn't enough funding. The House didn't think there was enough funding to support these. And there have been a number of House, you know, calling DOE up to explain it.
All right, last call for questions. All right, Christine rightly reminds me that I should point out that we are being recorded. So just keep that in mind. All right, thanks, Barb. Appreciate that. Next up, as Barb mentioned, Saren's going to talk to us about the program response to the COV.
Yes, hopefully you can hear me and see my slides.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to address ASCAC again this morning, and I'm not going to talk about quantum today for a change. So we're going to talk about the COV response. Hopefully it's going to work. As you recall, we had a COV review. We hosted a virtual COV review last summer. That was for Oscar research programs only. Maybe the spoiler alert here is that the COV report and our response, they're already posted on our website. The charge was the usual charge that were given to previous COVs as well. First of all, assess the efficacy and quality of the FY 16 to 19 processes, to solicit, review, recommend, and document actions, monitor active award projects and programs. And the second part of the charge is the within the boundaries defined by the DOE missions and available funding, comment on the breadth and the depth of the portfolio elements and the degree to which the program is addressing emerging challenges, and also the national and international standing. We had 11 distinguished members of the COV, most of the members from academia, but also our sister agencies. The COV was chaired by Sandy. And I want to take a moment here to really send our heartfelt thanks to all the COV members. COVs are really a sprint. It's a lot of information load over a very short time period. And even before the report, the very thoughtful questions that the COV members were asking us really helped us to rethink some of the things that we do. So we really appreciate everybody's contribution to that. With that, I'm really gonna, well, first of all, I'm gonna talk a little bit about what we also presented to the COV during the review. And as you know, the COVs are retrospective. So in this case, we were looking at FY 16 to 19. And at least in my mind, there were a couple of highlights that really defined that era. First of all, embracing the exascale. This is when really the exascale computing project was launched. In a way, this is actually quite an interesting period. There was a lot of shuffling and a lot of challenges and opportunities with this launch. And the COV actually took note of that. But at the same time, we continued our investments in core basic research to the extent that we could. This is also a time where the new initiatives, either driven by administration priorities or by the community input, really took off, especially in quantum information science and artificial intelligence. We had the opportunity to expand our partnerships. We forged new connections with non-traditional partners. For example, for SIDAC, this is the first time that we expanded our SIDAC partnerships to a non-Office of Science partner, Office of Nuclear Energy. We really focused on growing our workforce, increasing our investments for workforce. We increased our investments in early career and CSGF. So here's a tally of the recommendations that we received from the COV. Overall, we had 21 recommendations. These are not unique recommendations. Some of them are duplicative, meaning that a recommendation appeared under an OSCAR as an OSCAR overall recommendation and an applied math recommendation and a computer science recommendation. So I'm going to do my best to present this in a concise way. So the COV looked at 4 sub-programs: applied mathematics, computer science, computation partnerships, research and evaluation prototypes. And they categorized their recommendations in terms of the charge and in terms of the 5 categories that I'm listing here on the left. And I'm not going to go through this, but this is the way that I'm going to present our response as well. Okay, the first category, solicit, and let me actually see, solicit, review, and document actions. We had 6 recommendations here. These are not unique recommendations. Really, we have four unique recommendations. The first one is about implementing a pre-proposal process to reduce the burden on the community. Again, I want to remind everyone that this is a retrospective COV, and the fact is that we already have a process that we started implementing, starting actually Office of Science wide, probably in FY 18, but certainly OSCAR started implementing this process starting in FY 2020. There's an internal pre-application review process that includes a competitiveness review by the federal program managers or DOE affiliated personnel. And this process is well outlined in the funding opportunity announcements that we put out. And the process to request feedback to this competitiveness review is also outlined in the FOAs. So we agree with this recommendation and we already implemented it. Another recommendation, an OSCAR overall recommendation, is that it's about the COVs itself. The COV presentations should provide a clear summary of statistics for each solicitation. So I think this reminds us of the maybe a little bit of the use of PAMs. So we are using PAMs for COEs. There's a COE module, and all of the statistics are available in the COE module. I think it's clear that it's not very easy to use PAMs. So we will do a better job to basically pull out some of these statistics out of the PAMS module that the COE members have access to, and really present them maybe in a more concise way in the presentations that we provide to the COE members outside of PAMS. A recommendation for applied mathematics, develop mechanisms to increase the diversification of PIs. This is, of course, also a strong administration priority. And this was also always important to us, but especially starting in FY22, we are following a two-pronged approach. And the first one is really implement and create amplification plans before we actually put out the FOAs. And that clearly outlines the organizations and the communities that we want to reach out to. But also follow the recommendations of the Office of Science-wide DEI working group. We have this working group that's actively working and providing recommendations. And one of the concrete outcomes of this is that now in the program policy factors, we have actually DEI-related factors that we include and also take into account when we come up with our portfolio recommendations. Is that enough? Probably not, but we will continue working on this and expand our mechanisms to increase the diversification of the PIs. A recommendation here for computer science, ASCAC should develop ways to inform the community about related programs. You may recall that starting in FY21, I started giving a short talk in the fall ASCAC meetings that advertise, not only that gives maybe a wrap up of the previous fiscal year, but also advertise the research division priority areas for the upcoming fiscal year. Of course, before we have a budget, we cannot completely say what FOAs we're going to put out, but we can certainly point the community towards the directions that we're pursuing in the next year, and how this is going to impact in the next couple of years. So we will strive to work on that process and certainly continue with that process. Another thing that we're using, another tool that we're using is to use this DOE's Gov Delivery with email to our advantage to really announce important news to our community, including funding opportunity announcements, workshops, and even job announcements. And we have over 3,000 OSCAR subscribers that we send these announcements to. A second category, basically actively monitoring the existing awards. We had two recommendations here. The first one is about early career researchers and the need to basically fold them into the OSCAR community beyond the early career award. We completely agree with this recommendation. We take great pride on what the early career researchers are doing in their field, but also how they're contributing to our community. So we are including them in the workshops and other events that we are organizing. But one way I think that I should point out that we found very useful is to actually recruit them as reviewers in our programs. That's a great way for them to learn about our programs and really to learn about what we're looking for when we're making our funding recommendations. Another thing that I should point out here is this is an issue, of course, not just for OSCAR, but across Office of Science. We are making some steps there too to increase the visibility of these early career researchers. If you go to actually the Office of Science homepage now, you will see a lot of stories about then and now of these early career researchers. So we reach out the early career researchers that we funded previously and ask about their career progress and how the award helped them and where it took them. We're hoping that really helps them increase their visibility within our community, but also within the scientific community itself. Another recommendation here for applied mathematics is establishing measures for math centers. Specifically, this recommendation is about mimics and camera. Of course, the strong track record of the impact and effectiveness of our applied math program is very well documented in the ASCAC at 40 report that this committee provided. But specifically, here's an example that for mimics, for example, we have a yearly review of the mimic centers, and we actually asked that question to the merit reviewers. We asked them to comment on the long-term impact of each center, and they comment on them, and we document these comments, and we provide these comments back to the centers and act on them if necessary. So we will continue to do that in the future. A third category is the breadth and depth of our portfolios. We had 5 recommendations here, some of which are redundant, so I grouped them into 4. The first recommendation is about ASCAC should develop better procedures to communicate the impact of programmatic shifts. We agree, and as you know, Barb just gave a talk about the budget updates, and we are routinely presenting them in the public meetings. Certainly ASCAC meetings are a great venue for that. And we will improve on that based on your feedback as well, to describe not only the budget updates, but also how it impacts, to the extent that we can, on the sub-programs that we have within the ASCAC, and how maybe the interdependencies between the sub-programs as well. A common recommendation for applied mathematics and computer science was about reestablishing university-based small group and single PI program. Barb just talked about Express FOA that we have. This has been a program that was established back in 2014, and we actually restarted in FY17, and on and off, we've been actually soliciting proposals, part of this program. Really, the purpose of Express is to support single PI or small group PIs. These could be university-based or lab-based, but we've set the fundings in such a way that we don't receive actually big collaboration proposals. These are saved for other FOAs, but we're really looking for high risk, short duration, and small group investigation proposals. A recommendation for computational partnerships is to clearly define, articulate, and communicate SciDAC strategic goals and technical shifts. In this case, I think I should mention that we do have a SciDAC coordination committee that we established back in 2017. This committee consists of representatives from different communities that participate in SciDAC. And they have done incredible amount of work as part of this coordination committee, not only coordinating different challenges that the different communities are having, but also trying to reach out to different communities that are not yet included in SciDAC and trying to understand their research needs and how SciDAC can evolve to actually meet those needs. I think this will be a great task for this committee. So we will aim to leverage the SciDAC coordination committee to better understand the impacts of changes in the computation partnerships portfolio. And I will come back and talk to you guys about what this committee came up with based on this analysis. A recommendation for research and evaluation prototypes was about the quantum testbeds and access to quantum testbeds. As you may know, we have 2 quantum testbeds currently, one located at Sandia, one located at LBNL. These testbeds are available to external collaborators on a competitive basis. This has been the case since 2020. The process is laid out on their websites. So anybody can propose to use the test beds following the process that's outlined. At the same time, we are advertising them to the research community, certainly to our research community, including applied mathematicians and computer scientists. We've had presentations in ASCAC and SIAM meetings. And maybe lastly, something to note is that there was a recent quantum computing testbed stakeholder workshop. And we've actually made sure that the representatives from applied mathematicians and computer scientists were invited in this workshop to get their input. Another category is that the anticipating the emerging needs of HPC. One recommendation here was about ASCAC research identifying and documenting their North Star. And maybe the second part of this was the ASCAC should include indicators and measures of success to evaluate progress towards the goals of the plan. Again, well, first of all, the ASCAC research, there are really three main things that we focus on when we are looking at the success metrics of success, is the excellence, relevance, and leadership indicators. And these were recommended actually some years back by the national academies. So this idea is actually, it's in everything that we use, from the merit review matrix to progress review matrix, etc. At the same time, I really would like to maybe improve upon this yearly update that I provide to this committee in terms of what we did and where we're going, at least in the next couple of years, so that the community has a heads up on our research priorities and they can provide some feedback. Now, lastly, you have been charged with an international benchmark study. We are eagerly waiting for the report to that. And I believe that we will get some very useful information as part of that report that we will then implement and to not only refine the measures of success for our research programs, but really understand of where we're standing in terms of the leadership in many different areas. Another recommendation here is about, for applied math and computer science, identifying and exploring new and emerging areas of research beyond current initiatives. One thing that I should point out here is that our research investments are really driven by two main things. Certainly the administration priorities and by the community input. There's not a lot we can do about the administration priorities, except of course aligning with them. But for community input, we're really striving to get better community input and really trying to understand what we don't know currently. So, and we have a balanced approach here in terms of having targeted discussion sessions, roundtable discussions, but also since 2018, we've been using the basic research needs workshops that I found very useful in terms of clearly defining the priority research directions that we should follow in a specific topic. But within the discussions and in the pre-workshop report that are provided for this model, we also found that the community then has a chance to tell us other directions that we should be going, other topics that we should be exploring. A third recommendation here is about quantum testbeds. It's the same recommendation as previously, so I'm not going to go through that. Again, there is a process to use the quantum testbeds that are well outlined on their websites. The last one here is about defining success targets to assess existing program outcomes after 5 and 10 years. Again, I'm gonna go back to maybe the first response on this slide is that first of all, we do our job is basic research, and there are really three main things that we use in terms of providing success targets, excellence, relevance, and leadership. But of course, we will continue to refine priorities and refine the success targets as we get more input from the community and certainly from this committee as well. And hopefully really looking forward to the report that you will provide in response to the international benchmarking study. Okay, I think this is the last slide that I have. And this is the about the national and international standing of our programs. We had 2 recommendations for computational partnerships here. One of them is to initiate an external holistic view of SciDAC over its lifetime. We agree with this recommendation. SciDAC has been going on for over 20 years now. Again, maybe a spoiler alert here is that we are actually working on a new charge for ASCAC to actually do this for us. And but maybe one thing that I should note here is that OSCAR does not own SciDAC program. SciDAC is a cross-cutting program. So in the charge that we will come up with, this cross-cutting nature of the program will be reflected. And the second recommendation is about really the COV itself. Especially the computational partnerships presentations should focus on the story for the COV. We will do that. We will add an executive summary slide to the COV presentations for not only for computational partnerships, but for every sub-program presentation that we provide to the COVs. And the last one is about the research and evaluation prototypes. OSCAR should continue to emphasize the need to expand diversity in the CSGF program. The CSGF is managed through a grant to Corel Institute. And Corel Institute, they made significant gains in expanding the diversity. But this is, of course, this continues to be important to us, and we will continue to emphasize this in the reviews of the program. With that, I believe that I am done, and I am happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks. Questions? Don't be shy.
Dan, I put one in the chat.
Yeah, I see Joe, and then Ed. I'll answer a direct question from Ed. But yeah, Joe, please go ahead.
No, I just, I wasn't clear from the response, but does OSCAR give special consideration in scoring and funding proposals from early career investigators? As there are other federal funding agencies who do that.
So, well, first of all, we do have obviously an early career program that's very well defined, and that actually tells you who can apply and what is the definition of early career is for the Office of Science. But for other FOAs as well, we can include that as a program policy factor. And we do include that as a program policy factor among many. So again, there are really 2 ways for early career researchers. There's certainly the early career program where only early career researchers can apply. But that is something that we consider as part of other FOAs as well.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Martin.
Great presentation, Jaren. So was there any discussion about the relative size of the programs, applied math, computer science, and how the math community, for example, felt it was being served by the size of the current program?
I don't recall, and I don't know if Sandy and other COE members are in the room. I don't recall a specific discussion about that, but there was this general sense about the challenges that were presented to the basic research programs, not only in computer science, but also in applied math, with the launch of ECP and the launch of other initiatives. Like I said, I don't really recall that there was a specific comment about applied mathematics itself. But certainly that was a concern in general, that the increase in the core basic research activities during that time period, again, this is a retrospective study, was brought up. by the COE members.
Thank you.
Other questions? Oh, sorry.
Well, what is an approximate historical acceptance rate in the ECP program? Is it ECRP or ECP? Maybe you mean ECRP program, Early Career Research Program? Yes. Good question. I don't know. That is published on our website somewhere, and I can probably dig that information and provide that.
Rich.
Saren, in the COV recommendation about defining a North Star, and then in terms of the response, you frame that in terms of the metrics from the national academies, the excellence, relevance, and leadership. And then later you indicated that the charter of ASCAC is being reformed. Is that related to the North Star recommendation? And I'm interested in the North Star recommendation itself rather than the metrics of success toward it. What is the response to that recommendation about the North Star? Does it result in a more crisp articulation of the charter?
So the charter about Oscar, I assume that's what you mean. Not ASCAC itself, but the way that this recommendation came about is really really for us to the way that I understood it, at least, and again, hopefully somebody can correct me from the COE, is that our need to give a better idea to the community of where we're going in terms of our research priorities. So and the way that I would like to tackle this is really providing regular updates, certainly yearly updates to this committee on not only what we've accomplished in the previous years, but also what we plan to do in the following year. And we've started doing that actually in the last fall 2021 ASCAC meeting, but we will build on that.
So the metrics, and how do the metrics interact with that North Star? Is it in terms of assessing the relevance of research toward those priorities as they're articulated?
I'm looking at the exact language of what the recommendation basically says. Oscar should include indicators, measures of success to evaluate progress towards the goals of this plan. So yes, in a way, I think that is what the recommendation is trying to say, that how we're trying to accomplish these things, that the research priorities that we're pursuing in terms of the success measures. Now, again, I think that is where we need a little bit more help from this committee. And this is also tied to international and national standing. And that was actually part of that recommendation too, that what are the targets, the indicators that we use? Certainly for, we are using excellence and leadership and relevance to measure our success. Are there other things that we need to do? And hopefully we can get some more answers as part of that study.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yeah.
Gets the microphone there. On?
Yeah, it's on.
Please. All right, I'll try that one.
And identify myself.
Okay, hi, Jaren, this is Jim Ang. I noted the COV made recommendations for 5 and 10-year progress and performance goals. And I was wondering how you reconcile this with the fact that many of our FOAs and lab calls are for shorter timeframes, and how can we really think more strategically about a longer time frame for research goals?
Yes, most of our FOAs, they would probably spend 3 to 5 years. So we certainly do not have FOAs for 10 years. But we do have, even though we may not have FOAs that actually span that much of a long time span, we are actually picking up a topic area and we're investing in that topic area for a very long term. There are many examples of that. I think the COB recommendation is not necessarily per FOA, but really looking at the existing program outcomes after 5 to 10 years. And this may span many different FOAs during that time period. A lot of the topics that we invest in, like quantum computing and artificial intelligence and many of the topics in applied math, we're not just having an FOA for 5 years and dropping that topic.
Yeah, if I may suggest, I know we've spoken to you, we meaning the CRLC has spoken to you about FOAs, or not FOAs, integrated research areas, IRAs. I think there have been a lot of good ideas. They've been kind of isolated, lab centric, and maybe revisiting some of those topics as portfolios that span multiple labs would be worthwhile.
Sure, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Our next topic is an update on Frontier, and Justin from Oak Ridge is going to provide that update. All right, your slides are up. We haven't heard you yet. Justin, we think you're still muted. Could you unmute?
Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Excellent. Yes.
Okay. Apologies. A little technical difficulties to start the morning here. Okay. And you said you do see the slides?
We do.
Okay.
Go for it.
Good morning. I'm Justin Whitt. I'm the project director for the project to deliver the Frontier supercomputer at Oak Ridge. And as Barb shared with you this morning, we've had some pretty exciting news since last we talked at the last ASCAC. So I'm excited to be here and share that with you this morning. I'll be walking you through the update in kind of 4 parts. We'll talk about the system status, the facility status, and by that I mean the physical facility, the data center, and the work going on to prepare the data center for Frontier. I'll talk again a little bit about the supply chain issues that we had to overcome along the way, and we'll look at some early user experiences on Frontier hardware. So in terms of system status, I think the results on the recent June lists, particularly the top 500 and HPLAI list, give a pretty good indication of where the system's at. You know, that we started receiving the system late last year. We had most of it installed and on site by October. We then had to cable that up and start to tune the system. But it's pretty exciting to see that, you know, on the May top 500 list, we're able to capture the #1 spot and breach that exaflop barrier. We also came away with the 1 and 2 spot. A single cabinet of the Frontier hardware was the #1 spot at 62 gigaflops per watt. The full system came in at #2 at 52 gigaflops per watt. And the HPLAI performance, at least to me, is pretty astounding. You know, we're starting to approach 7 exaflops of mixed precision performance there, which is a really good indication of the capability that Frontier is going to provide to mixed precision workloads like those in AI. Frontier for us is another in the line of what we call accelerated node computing. This started back with Titan, where we had for us, this means hybrid CPU and GPU systems. With the Titan system, we had 1 GPU per node. With Summit, we moved to 3 GPUs per node, and with Frontier, we've built up to 4 GPUs per node. The Frontier system itself is contained in 74 compute racks, a little over 9,400 nodes. The racks themselves are 400 kilowatt racks. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. And if we were using all 400 kilowatts in the rack, which we're not, the peak power consumption on the system would be about 29 megawatts. The system has, a little over 9 petabytes of memory. It's pretty evenly split between HBM on the GPUs and the DDR4 from the CPUs. It's connected, everything's connected with the Cray Slingshot network and a Dragonfly topology. We do have about 37 petabytes of node local storage, and the system will be connected with a 716 petabyte center-wide storage system. The system itself doesn't take up a lot of space. It's about 4,000 square feet. So not the biggest system we've deployed, but it's very dense. If you look at those racks, you can see from the picture there that the blades slide in vertically, and they pack a lot of compute into these racks. These are monstrous racks. They weigh about 8,000 pounds. They hold 128 of the AMD nodes, and again, they're support a total power draw of about 400 kilowatts. The Frontier node itself has one AMD, it's codenamed Trento CPU. And this is an optimized version of the Milan CPU, and 4 AMD MI250X GPUs. When we look at the memory on the node level, again, it's pretty evenly split between 512 gigabytes DDR4 and HBM2E. Each node does have 4 Cassini NICs. Gives us a fair amount of injection bandwidth into the network that connect the GPUs and let them talk directly to the network. It is all water cooled. Even the DIMMs and NICs are water cooled in order to get these kind of densities. So I would be remiss in pointing out that this is an extremely power efficient architecture. A lot of this is owed to the path we've been on with GPUs, which offer an excellent flop per watt performance. But it also has a lot to do with the ASCAC investments into energy efficiency that took place with fast design and path forward programs. Overall, since Jaguar, this is about a 200x reduction in energy for flops. And this sits inside a highly efficient data center. We expect our power utilization effectiveness to be about 1.03. This is owed mainly to our ability to cool the system with relatively warm water. This gets us away from using chilled water plants and allow us to do the cooling for the system with cooling towers. So on the facility status, I guess the big thing to know here is that the facility work finished up last June ahead of the system deliveries. But in order to get there, we had to do a lot of repurposing. So in the process, we ended up repurposing about 30 offices, 8 laboratories, and a 20,000 square foot data center to make room for Frontier. Those 8 laboratories is what you see there being demolished. Those became our new mechanical plant. These are the pumps for both pumping water to the cooling towers that are on the roof of this building. You'll see those in the next picture. But also a set of pumps to pump the water from the heat exchanger then over to the computer. These pumps are pretty massive, and these pipes in the picture here are about 36-inch diameter pipes. Each of these loops is pumping about 6,000 gallons per minute. They can go up to about 9,000 gallons per minute. Just to give you an indication of how massive these are, you could fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool in about an hour and a half with either of these loops. We did need to add cooling towers, additional cooling capacity. We were after getting to 40 megawatts of power and cooling to that new data center. To get the 40 megawatts of power, we were able to reuse about 26 megawatts that was left over from Titan and other things, but we needed to bring in 14 additional megawatts, which meant we had to run new power lines to the building and put in new switches, all from a nearby TVA substation. In the data center, work went pretty quickly. You can see, at the end of August of 2019, Titan still occupied the space in that data center, but we turned that off in August of 19 and began removing Titan. A lot of Titan to remove. The Titan file system alone had tens of thousands of hard disks that had to be removed and disposed of. Once we got the computer out, we knew with those 8,000 pound cabinets, we would need a much sturdier floor. So we removed the existing raised floor in the building, removed a lot of the piping infrastructure. We needed a lot more cooling water to the system than we could supply with those pipes. So we removed that, began replacing that with the new pipes, and eventually in the bottom right there, the new raised floor that allowed us to start taking delivery of the Frontier cabinets and have that installed in October of 2021, this past October. But before we got there, we had some challenges to overcome along the way. If there's a takeaway from the Frontier project, it's that, deploying large systems is hard. Doing it in a pandemic is really hard. And by the end of 2020, going into 2021, exactly when HPE needed to start ordering parts to build the system, we really had started to hit the part shortages in earnest. It's a worldwide part shortages. They still are a big problem if you're trying to build large computers or a lot of different electronic components. When HPE began ordering those parts, we immediately heard back that some of the suppliers were saying it could be up to a year delay. And we were on a tight schedule, and a year delay was pretty terrifying at that point. We needed 60 million parts for Frontier in total. It's about 685 different part numbers. And of that 685, 167 of those were affected by shortages. 12 of those part numbers blocked us from building even the first compute cabinet for Frontier. 15 of them had to do with AMD building the MI250 cards. And these weren't just CPUs and GPUs. They were regular parts like voltage regulators, oscillators, and power modules. But HPE went to hard to work. They and AMD both. They had at one time about 15 people scouring the world to get the parts that we needed to build Frontier. And the bulk of this work really took place between April and July, where we took that, that initial shortages down to just one part number. And it was an oscillator that we needed to build the slingshot blades for the network. It took us a little bit longer to close that gap. And the final parts actually arrived the morning that the last node was assembled, and just a few days before it was actually shipped to Oak Ridge. The last cabinet of Frontier was rolled into place in the bottom left there on October 18th last year. And again, this is really due to heroic efforts by both Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and AMD. They did just a hero's share of work to secure those parts and make sure that we stayed on schedule. In the end, it wasn't a 1 year delay. We did slip about 2 months. And so while we planned on taking delivery of those cabinets and being finished in August, those actually slipped out to October. Once all the cabinets were there, we then had the minor task of connecting them up with about 81,000 network cables. And then once we had that done, we started the debug and performance phase for Frontier. And with this, we kind of fell into this pattern of, we would repair hardware and we would update software and tune the system by day. And then we'd put all the benchmark teams on at night. And, these benchmarks like HPL, like HPL AI and other benchmarks are really important to us because they help us shake out the system and really find bugs ahead of putting, actual applications on the system. This is the picture here you see is a total system power curve, and it's very characteristic for an HPL run. And we had, our staff and engineers across the country and really around the world setting up through the night, watching these runs. And it was a little bit of a roller coaster ride. You see those minor dips there, and as you're watching these, say at 2 a.m. in the morning, and you see those dips and you're thinking, okay, did the HPL job just die, or is it just a slight pause? What's going on? And it really did come down to just a few hours before we had to turn in a number for the May Top 500 list. We got a successful run through. It was the 1.1 exaflop run that is the number one on the top 500 list. So this schedule shows one that, we're nearing the end of a multi-year effort that started with facility work and application development, really actually back in, this doesn't show it all, but back into 2018. Another important thing on this chart is in the middle there. We did install a small test and development system called Crusher at the end of last calendar year. That let all the applications folks get on the actual Frontier hardware. Before that, they'd been on something we called the early access system, nicknamed Spock. You can think of this as N-1 hardware with pre-production software. And then late last year, we were actually able to install Crusher, which is the actual Frontier hardware, still relatively pre-production software on that system. The Crusher system is 2 cabinets. It's about 192 nodes. And the ECP and OLCF application folks have made really good use of that system to this point. We do expect to start the final rounds of testing on Frontier within the next few weeks. And we'd like to have that done in September. Once that's done, once we've checked the system out and all things are go, we'll give application teams full access to the system, and they'll begin their final evaluations of the work they've done on the applications to make them ready. And really, this is all about having those applications that on day one of production, which is in this case, January 1st, 2023, on day one of production, these folks can get on and start to do real world science on the system. We do have a early science period planned for kind of that same time frame, and with the user program starting with the new calendar year. And this is our Insight 23 awardees, but also 3 ALCC projects from the ALCC 22-23 cycle. And I believe Jordan Thomas will talk more about those in her presentation later on today. Okay, so early user experiences on the Frontier hardware. The picture here is a little tongue-in-cheek because the user experiences on pre-production supercomputers is not always for the faint of heart. The software stacks are often buggy and they have missing or immature components, and the users have to more overcome the system than use the system. But there's 2 very good reasons for doing this. One, it gives them early experience on the system, learning their way, getting their codes ported, seeing what performance looks like. And it really is of tremendous value to the facility in shaking out these computers ahead of production. And I can't really stress enough that these are still the early days on Frontier. And it is pre-production software on the system at this point. Because of that, most of the application teams are still running on that smaller version of Frontier called Crusher, the test and development system, as we continue to work on Frontier and test it. But we do have a very few, just a handful of applications that we've tried out on the full Summit system to help us gauge where it's at in terms of readiness at this point. We do the application work for Frontier through the CAR program. That's our Center for Accelerated Application Readiness. It's similar to the NESAP and the ESP programs at NERSC and Argonne, respectively. This program, the CAR program, was built on successful programs that go back to the Titan days when we were first introducing GPUs to our user base. And there needed to be a lot of application works to transition applications from CPU only to these hybrid accelerated nodes. It worked so well, we did it again for Summit and are now using a very similar program again for Frontier. For Frontier, CAR has been working with 8 applications going all the way back to 2019. This is part of the OLCF5 or the Frontier project. They're also supporting work on the ECP applications that you heard about at the last ASCAC meeting. All these applications, they have access to early hardware along the way. I showed 2 on the chart, the early access system and the TDS system, but there were even systems before that where we're getting prototype hardware, prototype software, and the application teams are able to get on and kind of test their mettle against those environments. Kind of the secret sauce of the CAR program is that, you know, we put computational scientists and engineers at ORNL in contact with the application teams and with experts from each of the vendors through our Vendor Center of Excellence. To the right there, you'll see some of the apps, sampling of the apps that they're working directly with. We're working directly with some on the Frontier project, and we're also supporting the ECP applications. You can tell that they cover a reasonably broad range of application areas that are of interest to DOE and the nation for that matter. You know, in this mix of applications, you'll find apps for new materials, for energy applications, apps looking at carbon capture and climate applications, apps seeking to improve efficiencies of wind plants, of fusion and fission reactors, of additive manufacturing methods. And a lot of these apps are using new methods for data analytics or machine learning to help enable their exploration of these topics. So of the ECP applications that are currently running on Crusher, the ECP folks were kind enough to provide me with this chart that shows the varying levels of readiness. The ECP applications have had access to that Crusher system since the beginning of the calendar year. And the readiness kind of ranges the spectrum from apps that are absolutely ready to go today. If I could give them the system, they would be doing great things, to apps that are kind of in that they're almost ready, but they're tuning their performance to make sure that they can get the maximum performance out of this architecture. You know, to apps that are just beginning to build and test on the Frontier hardware. We do have 2 apps you'll see here in kind of the mauve that are blocked. These have run into compiler bugs and they're waiting on an update to the programming environment software. But they have been able to make quite a bit of progress using a pre-release version of some of that software. You know, of the applications that are ready today, you'll see a Lattice QCD. It's a quantum chromodynamics code out of Fermilab that's studying, you know, the physical light quark masses and properties of light. You'll see SMR, it's a neutronics and fluid flow simulation for small modular reactors. EQSIM is also marked as ready here. This is a regional earthquake simulation for hazard assessment associated with earthquakes. Down at the bottom there is CANDLE. This is our deep learning enabled application for precision cancer medicine, and it's ready to go. And then on the right side, you'll see subsurface, which is a modeling of subsurface flows that has applications for carbon capture methods and fossil fuel extractions and waste disposal and probably other things. Of the blue apps, the ones that are in the performance tuning phase, you'll see Exalt, which is an app that's using ModSim to look at novel materials for energy applications. You'll see the WMA app, and that's studying the effects of turbulence in heated charged plasmas, like those in fusion reactors. This work is really interesting to me because, it basically is they're basically after allowing us to someday use, the power source that powers the sun here on Earth. But it's also a really good example of science that is almost impossible without these high fidelity simulations. Also in blue, you'll see E3SM. This is a cloud resolving climate model that'll allow precision region scale climate predictions to be made. They have an eye toward using this and predicting the frequency of climate related disasters such as droughts and hurricanes and that type thing. And you also see over there ExoWind. ExoWind is looking at improving the efficiencies of wind farms through the design and layout of the turbines themselves. And overall, between this list, between the OLCF list, there's a lot of really game-changing science here. Andrew Siegel went into a considerable more depth at our last ASCAC meeting on the ECP apps in particular, and really gave an excellent talk that I highly encourage you to revisit if you haven't seen that. Okay. So those are the apps that are making good progress on the test and development system Crusher. Now we'll spend a little bit of time talking about a few of the apps that we've tried out on the full Summit system. One of these is COMET. COMET is a data analytics application used to find epistatic and pleiotropic relationships in large genomic sets. Application areas for this include bioenergy, looking at popular and switchgrass genomes, to human health, whether it be opioid addiction or Alzheimer's, or in the case of this slide, geotemporal evolutions of the SARS-CoV-2 variants. And this is really exciting. This is a former Gordon Bell Prize winner back in 2018. They actually achieved 2 exaflops in this precision performance on Summit. And as you can tell from this slide, we're already seeing 6.6 exaflops in mixed precision performance on Frontier. So that's, again, really exciting. Another one that we've tried out is LSMS. It's a large-scale code that solves the Schrodinger and Dirac equations for electrons and materials using density functional theorem and multiple scattering theory. This is important for materials and energy storage research, as it talks about in the first 2 bullets here, understanding the role of disorder and defects in materials for electronic and mechanical properties, complex magnetic order, topological magnetic structures, and magnetism beyond ideal crystals. And the highlights for this one so far, this historically has been dominated by dense double precision complex matrix operations, such as things like ZGEM. And they've been able to scale this from on order of 100,000 atoms up to over 1 million atoms for the first time on Frontier. They've actually demonstrated the scaling of up to just a little over 1 million atoms of an iron platinum system on a good chunk of the Frontier system. Remember that Frontier has a little over 9,400 nodes, and they were able to use over 8,000 of those nodes in this simulation. The speed up is quite impressive. They're looking from a combination of the new hardware to the software improvements that they've affected, about an 8x speed up for this code. Chala is another. This is a computational hydrodynamics code developed specifically to run natively on GPUs. Uses first, second, third order spatial reconstruction and has exact row and HLLC Riemann solvers. It's capable of optically thin radiative and heating/cooling. In addition to those kind of hydrodynamic features, they've implemented self-gravity and particle-based gravity, which is interesting for dark matter studies. And they're in the process of integrating magnetic fields. With this one, we're seeing a 16x speed up on 64 GPUs of Frontier hardware. And about 5x of this is from the software work itself. About 3x of that comes from the hardware work. So that's kind of the end of the regularly scheduled programming, but I would be remiss if not pointing out and showing appreciation to you know, a very large number of people that have helped make Frontier a reality. You know, we've had broad support both from DOE HQ and the site office. You know, not just programmatic support, but you know, contracts, legal, those type things. When I think about the number of people that have helped make Frontier a reality, my mind immediately always goes back to what was in some ways the kickoff meeting when we had released an RFP and we had responses back, and we brought together 150 experts from 6 labs to evaluate the technical proposals for the coral systems, Frontier being one of which. And talking with Doug and Lori, you know, I didn't know the number of this was this large, but there's, you know, around 1,000 ECP staff that have worked on, you know, everywhere from monitoring progress on the Path Forward program for technologies that were key for Frontier, to the software and application development that's happened within ECP. We have, you know, about 90 OLCF staff that are working on Frontier. You can tell them because they're very bleary-eyed people in the audience today at this point. We had over 100 electrical and mechanical workers on site getting the data center ready. You know, my estimate is about 300 HP and AMD engineers. I think Justin Hodor recently told me that he thought the number was even larger than that. So it takes a lot of smart people to make these things happen, and we were very, very grateful to those that helped Frontier. So I also wanted to point out that while my presentation here, you know, kind of focuses on the back half of this timeline, this has actually been going on for a long time. And Oscar showed a lot of vision back as early as 2017 with the first exascale shops and the town halls and the co-design efforts that took place, that started then. You know, about 2009, we had the first feasibility studies, you know, the ones that showed that power consumption and resiliency and billion wave parallelism were the problems and the real obstacles to exascale. But by 2012, you know, Oscar had really started to incubate and mature technologies through the Fast Forward Design Forward programs, the very technologies that made all this possible. ECP picked up the mantle there with the Path Forward program in 2017. And it's all of this work that is, you know, that is kind of the legacy here. We've made a lot of gains in efficiency, whether it be power efficiencies or application efficiencies, that will be with us for a long time from these exascale efforts. And with that, I think that's all I have for you.
Well, that's quite a bit. So questions? Ben, and then Martin.
So I'm just this network guy, so my questions always tend to be kind of naive. I was thinking about the cooling thing, 40 megawatts of power to cool that sucker. It was pretty impressive. At Google, we discovered an interesting phenomenon. We use up a lot of power to cool our data centers too. And once a week or so, there was some manual adjustments of all the valving and flow of the coolant in the system. And we decided to try to train a machine learning algorithm to do the management of the cooling system. And the result was a 40% saving in power. So
wow.
I don't know whether the design of the cooling system for Frontier would admit to such a thing. There were quite a few different adjustments that were possible in our case, but I wonder whether that would be something worth looking at for Frontier.
I think it definitely is, and would be interested in talking with you more about that. You know, these systems, Summit was the same way, and Frontier goes even beyond in the fact that they're the most instrumented systems that we've ever deployed. There are sensors all over the place on these systems, monitoring temps and flows. And the way Frontier is set up, we have a cooling distribution unit that hooks to basically 3 cabinets. So a set of pumps and valves that brings the facility water and pumps it to 3 individual cabinets. And so there's a lot of smartness built into that now, where we can adjust up and down the valving on that. But it's nascent. It's you know, it's new. So we would definitely be interested in talking with you more about what you found.
Martin.
Great presentation, fantastic achievement. You know, you talked a lot about applications, and as you know, many of the applications are not so arithmetically intense sometimes. And one of the key features then of the architecture is the bandwidth between high bandwidth memory and the GPU itself. So what sort of performance are you getting out of that? And the reason I ask is some of the online information was a little bit vague as to what you could actually achieve. I mean, on Summit, the number was, I think, 900 gigabytes per second. What's the sort of equivalent status of Frontier, and how does that compare to the leading edge CPUs in some way? Because that's what the important comparison for those low arithmetic intensity applications.
Sure, and I don't have the number for comparison off the top of my head. If one of the Oak Ridge folks is on that has that, feel free to jump in. But I think what we see is that that memory bandwidth is always an issue, and that we can't really provide enough. And so, you know, one of our core design constraints in the beginning is that we want to provide as much memory bandwidth as we possibly can. But there's always, you know, plenty of applications that are bottlenecked. It looks like Scott jumped in. On Summit, we can stream 800 gigabytes per second of the peak 900 gigabytes per second. I don't know about Frontier. We'll see if we can get you a number on that.
No, I know the Frontier number, Summit number, sorry, and it was up to about 1600 was what I saw, but I didn't see. It was kind of vague, that's all. And it's important because it's sort of, that's the key for performance of your applications, and it gives you a good idea of how much faster they will go on the equivalent CPU architectures and what the speedups will be. And you know, it's a pleasant surprise to see how well Frontier does in that respect, for example. Sorry, Summit does in that respect.
So we've got a couple of people online. I want to get a chance to speak, and then Satoshi and Val. So Mark Dean, Ed Seidel, Satoshi, and then Valerie.
Hi, that was an excellent presentation, so thank you. I had 2 questions. One is, what's the life expectancy for Frontier? How long do you expect to have it? What is its usable life? And second, could you give us an idea of error rates? Are you experiencing any error rates, either memory or CPU or anything else, and how you're handling those if you are experiencing them?
Sure. So the life expectancy is, somewhere between 5 and 7 years normally. We plan the projects so that the next system shows up, at about the 5-year point, and it gives us, and then we like to run the systems and overlap for about at least a year between there to give people time to transition. So yeah, the life is usually in the 5 to 6 year range, I'll say. We are seeing memory errors. At this point, AMD is hard at work at tracking those down and finding. Some of them are hard to find because they're hard to reproduce sometimes. But we've made good progress on that. A lot of it is tweaking things on the board. I'm really not at liberty to say much more than that.
Ed?
Thanks, Dan. This question is not necessarily for Justin, but just more broadly, with Exascale really coming on and NSF kind of coming back with MRFC process, it sounds like for large scale computing. I just wonder if anyone can comment on cooperation between the agencies, either in the hardware, particularly the data space, or also in the application space, since many of the same science teams are supported by both agencies. So, is there any specific link in cooperation there that anybody could speak to?
All right.
Barb, you want to answer
Yeah,
that?
I was going to say, there's a connection between the Exascale computing project, because certainly Dan Stanzione has been a reviewer on Exascale from almost day one, and I think he has implemented a lot of the Exascale software. So we do continue to work on that, and certainly as we go forward, I think there'll be a closer working relationship. NSF and DOE sit on many of the same committees. We've had Exascale in to brief across the agencies to tell them about the Exascale software, and that's kind of the focus of our sustainability. We'd like people to use the software we've developed as much as we can.
Thanks. I mean, having lived it firsthand, I know it's complicated, but I'd love to see more cooperation.
I agree.
Satoshi Valri, and then I see that Susan has her hand up. So Satoshi.
Okay, so this is Satoshi Matsuoka. Have a comment and a question. A comment sort of related to the memory issue. On Fugaku, we've seen quite a bit of memory error. In fact, that's the least reliable component in the entire machine. We have more than 600,000 HPMs in the system, but compared to the CPUs, they're much more error prone. So, and we have Fujitsu, and we have been working to mitigate the problem for the past 2 years. And if Fujitsu allow, that's something we can share because that's the key to this overall system reliability. And there are lots of non-standard things we have had to do to mitigate those errors. So, so that'll be a great US-Japan collaboration. So that's a comment. Certainly like to contribute to the success of this great machine, Frontier. The question is, so in terms of the acceptance, is it correct to say it's not, Frontier is still not accepted yet, or is it already accepted? I asked the question because I'd like to know the acceptance criteria in terms of the application performance. Whether you have set certain goals with respect to which types of applications, what were the metrics, and then whether you see any challenges if you have not been accepted yet, then do you foresee any sort of challenges to meet those criteria?
Sure. Yeah. Acceptance is always challenging, and this will be no different. The bigger these systems get, the more components, the more reliability is an issue. It makes acceptance even tougher. We have not accepted the system yet. We're basically starting to get into the acceptance testing here very soon. Our acceptance tests, they kind of look at the traditional 3 components. They look at functionality, performance, and stability. And so functionality is checking all the boxes. Does it do this? Does it do that?
Sure.
pretty straightforward for the most part. Performance was more what you were asking about. And for performance, we have the Coral set of benchmarks that's what the vendors have contracted to deliver. And each of those benchmarks has a FOM, figure of merit, that's based on something that is important for that particular application or proxy app. And so the vendor is on the hook to then meet that figure of merit, or actually it's a geometric mean by category figures of merits for each of those. We have kind of three categories. We have a scalable science. Think of kind of, you could almost call this the insight metric. People that are using the whole system and getting that performance. We have a throughput. Again, this was, I think, a product of the Coral collaboration. This was something that was important to particularly deliver more. And then we have the data science that has our machine learning and AI benchmarks for performance that have to be met. And then, if we get through those, we run a multi-week stability test of just pounding the system with anything and everything and trying to tickle all the dark corners and make sure that the system is going to be reliable.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So this is Valerie Taylor from Argonne, and my question, hi, great presentation. It's very informative. So my question actually is a follow-on to Satoshi about performance and looking at figures of merit. And I was just wondering if you can comment on, oftentimes, I know you talked about the different figures of merit, but given also you're looking at energy efficiency or looking at power, if you could talk about, as you're looking at improving applications, are you also looking at power requirements of different applications in that aspect?
That is, I don't have a lot to say about that yet. That's a burgeoning effort with us and the vendors. Power aware scheduling, power aware programming environments, those are all things that are now possible, particularly with the levels of instrumentation, but we're not there yet.
All right, Susan, you're next. Vin?
Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is in response to Ed's question in terms of the application side for exascale computing. I'd like to note that the Candle project in this program is also a partnership with the NIH and particularly the National Cancer Institute. There are three components that NIH is interested in this project. The molecular dynamic simulation of RAS protein. RAS is a regulatory of signal transduction, and it's highly mutated, well over 30% in human cancers. So it's just been a novel target for cancer treatments. There's also generally the interest in looking at repurpose of drugs for cancer treatments, as well as the characterization of cancer patients' trajectories in terms of the compendium of different types of clinical information that we can bring to bear on patient trajectories for cancer. So appreciate the work that you're doing, Justin. This is impressive and really, really great work.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll point out too, one of the ALCC projects that Jordan will talk about is also connected to the Cancer Moonshot, the one out of, I think it's led out of Livermore.
All right, thanks. Vent, your hand was still up. Okay.
So three things. First of all, with regard to performance, Satoshi, I could not resist the possibility of bitcoins per second as the metric of new metric for high performance computing. And when you mentioned, Justin, the 60 million parts that were needed, all I could think of was wondering if we could get help from Lego. Maybe we could figure out how to build this stuff out of Legos. A serious question has to do with algorithms, and again, quite naive about this. It strikes me that parallelism must be a very critical element of harvesting the value of these new computational engines. Is there any thought to reviewing the existing algorithms for purposes of harvesting more parallelism or other features? I'm imagining that some of the codes we're running have been around for a while. And as we introduce these new computing systems, I wonder whether the algorithms are getting re-examined for possible adaptation.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of re-examination that went on with the ECP efforts. You know, Andrew's probably a better person to speak to that than I am, but I think what you're probably asking about is a more programmatic approach, right?
Right, yes.
And Vin, if I can answer that, I think that's what we did with ECP. I mean, we're supporting 24-hour application programs, but and certainly Tim is there, and I see Jackie's on, but we actually funded those applications out of OSCAR so that we could have people like Tim and Jackie work on refactoring their algorithms rather than focusing on the science for a couple of years. So that's why it was important that OSCAR fund these. And that's exactly what we're doing. And that's what a legacy that we want to live beyond ECP.
All right, Karen, and then Jackie.
Thank you. I first want to just echo the tremendous, you know, congratulations on this achievement. It's been a long time coming. It's just wonderful. So congratulations. My question is more on the technology front. So in really assembling this tremendous system, obviously there are innovations, you know, across the board with on CPU, GPU, compute, memory, interconnect. You know, in going forward, where do you see the greatest need in terms of, you know, future innovations on the technology? And, you know, any comments on some high risks that you took in building the systems, again, from the hardware side, technology side, and how those panned out?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, going forward, you know, energy efficiency is going to be a big thing. You know, algorithmic approaches to you know, help us continue to eke out additional performance as the hardware curves flatten out with Moore's law and those type things. That's going to be tremendously important. I think going are the days of you know, 5 to 10x just from hardware. Now we're going to have to really put on our boots and figure out how to get there on the application side. So I think that would be tremendously important. For us, a big risk this time, I think, was the warm water cooling is something that comes to mind. You know, it's extremely warm. We're cooling the system with 32C water, and that was pretty risky. But you know, as Christine heard on our project team meeting this morning, we actually hit a high wet bulb day, warm day yesterday at Oak Ridge, and actually hit that point with a pretty full load on the system, and it weathered it pretty well. So we'll consider that proof of concept for now and move on. But that the savings and efficiencies there were just too good to pass up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jackie?
Okay, like everyone else, I'd like to congratulate you on the remarkable achievement in getting Frontier, you know, up and ready for users. I wanted to comment also on Ed Seidel's earlier comment about how we could promote collaboration between the agencies. And I noticed that one of your NSF calls for science and technology centers with these integrative partnerships, the STCs, is allowing or enabling some of the ECP apps, for example, one of ours, Paley and Combustion, to team with universities and also partnerships that and these larger teams that also include industry. And so if there are more of these grassroots methods for enabling DOE labs to participate with universities in these large integrative teams. It'd be really great to transfer a lot of the software technology, especially on the application side, to NSF.
Yeah, that's a good comment. You know, and I meant to add earlier too, I know a lot of the facilities, the Oscar facilities folks, well, I shouldn't say a lot. I know myself and a few others have been sitting in on the MFRC reviews as reviewers. And so there's reciprocation there. It's the beginnings of a real collaboration.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. We've eaten into the time that we were hoping to have a conversation. Maybe we can continue it at lunch, and I'll sort of set a prelude for it, you know, and I'll say it in a provocative way by design, which is this is getting harder and harder to do and more expensive to do. You know, what does the future look like, right? That's kind of the question that's before us. And I know Satoshi's struggling with his own version of that. So, you know, in the spirit that we sometimes run out of money before we run out of ideas, you know, how do we think about the future? So in terms of lunch, here's the problem. There is no lunch in the hotel. And so by contract, I'm told. So those of us, all of us in the room have to go find a place. So we have a list of folks, places that are close. And so we're just going to have to pick one. So I'm going to ask a question. So there's Tex-Mex, there's some bar and grill, there's some steakhouses, there's some Italian, there's some Greek. They're all within a half a mile or so, but they all require a walk. So anyone have a preference?
You want all of us to go to the same place, is that correct? Or
Well, I mean, if you want to have a conversation, that's probably what it means.
okay.
Yeah. If
Wow.
you don't, that's a different matter, right? So anybody have a food restriction present, a preference?
Just practically speaking, anywhere you go, if we want to have a conversation, then we're going to need space to do that, private room or something. So,
well, I don't know.
Do all of them have that capability?
Sorry?
Do all of them have that capability,
Well,
or does that narrow the list down?
That's the thing. What we tried to do is to bring some food into the hotel, and we can't do that either. So that was going to be the default. So anybody have a food restriction? All right, I know nothing about these places, and I don't think Christine or Barb really do either. So all right, you want to do that? There's a. All right, we will try to back at roughly 1:15 because we don't want to cut short Rick either. So, all right, thanks everyone, folks online. We will be back. Yeah, it's 1:45. No. So thanks for your patience. 1 hour wasn't quite enough for lunch. Rick came back early to queue up his slides and make sure they're working. So he's going to talk about GE collaborations with DOE at Exascale.
All right, thank you. And I will try to keep this pace going. I know we're off schedule, but there's, I think, a really good story here. And thanks to Christine.
It's okay if we run long, so you don't have to fight to.
Okay. And thanks to Christine for inviting us. I think this is a story that has not been told previously, and hopefully this is one that will resonate pretty well with the audience here. So I'm from GE Research, which is the hub of the once many GE businesses, now significantly reduced. And okay, here we go. But the significant remaining businesses, power, a third of the electrons in the world that flow through devices are generated on GE equipment. Every 2 seconds, the plane takes off with our engines, 16,000 scans a minute on our medical diagnostics equipment. These are consequential products and often require us to have these strategic partnerships with government and other key technology providers. These kinds of products are also part of critical infrastructure. So there are safety factors, they're regulated, they have a long field life and are expensive. So when they are not working, there are significant consequences. So we have employed modeling and simulation for a significant amount of time. It is very important, of course, though, that these not be garbage in, garbage out kinds of models because of the long life, the high consequence, and the critical infrastructure of them. So I'll talk through kind of how we got to where we are. And we mentioned that there's one of the ALCC awards that'll be using Frontier is on one of our projects. And I follow these 3 phases to understand, to predict.
Can you go to your second screen and scroll over and close the black bar on that? All right. So when I say to see, I'm talking about using the computational model as a scientific instrument itself, the same way we'd use a microscope or a telescope or what I call the hyperscope here to look at massive dimensionality in ways that our own perception is inadequate. And our studies and progress have mainly been in the swim lane of computational fluid dynamics, which apply to many of, in fact, kind of all, one way or another, of our remaining products, whether it's jet engines, power plants, so it's a gas turbine, hydroelectric, wind, and such. There's a high interest in understanding turbulence and its effects in the operation of that equipment. Specific to aircraft engines, we have a program that you see on the right here called RISE. I'll talk more about that. That is the successor to 2 very successful engine models. The first on the left there, introduced in 1979, was one of the most used engines in the world, and the LEAP replaced it in 2016, reducing fuel burn 15% from the prior, and we have some very aggressive goals with RISE. Now, one of the important aspects of this to understand is this is seen as a path to hydrogen. And hydrogen has been one of the priorities that the Department of Energy has declared. But to get the benefit of the zero carbon emissions out of hydrogen as a fuel, there are things you need to address. Right now, in how far you can travel at a given price, hydrogen is significantly more expensive than jet fuel. To get the same number of joules out of it would require 4 times the volume of storage of the fuel. So that's going to impact how many passengers you can carry. And then similarly, the range of the aircraft. So in order to make hydrogen viable, we have to improve the propulsive efficiency significantly. And you can see the diagrams there. We're used to seeing the nacelles on our large aircraft today, which contain the jet engine. The design that we're pursuing for propulsive efficiency is the open fan, which is the one that's shown to the left in each of those diagrams. So remember this because we're going to come back to it. Now, at any given time, we've only been able to simulate a problem
as large as will fit on a given system. So at the beginning, we could only look at one blade at a time, expanded it to multiple blades. And really what we care about in terms of the airflow is not the blade, but the passage between two blades where the air actually goes. So then we scale up to multi-row and full stages of the engine. We've historically used symmetry, like a 1/8 cut of the full wheel, then going to full annulus, which is the entire circumference. And then the dream would be to do a full engine end-to-end full annulus. Back in the mid-2000s, we had done this projection. The scale on the x-axis here is exponential of what it would take to perform certain kinds of simulations at first switching from 2D to 3D, then up to an unsteady analysis, which I'll talk about in a bit. And then going, the blues are blade only, green is staged, like an entire stage, and then the red would be multi-stage, and pushing out to like 2026, we're looking at the most aggressive of these. But at the time, we didn't know what the path would be to be able to do these kinds of simulations. Now, the group that I was leading at the time was doing embedded systems. And so we were familiar with FPGAs, and we actually had done some CFD kernel implementation in FPGA in the 2002 to 2004 timeframe. There were significant increases in performance that we could get from GPUs. And then the PlayStation 3 was out, and we had the potential of looking at the cell processor. Now, GE may have been fortunate in that our group had experience in doing high integrity embedded computing, like the core compute system for aviation, onboard satellite systems and such. So we were using FPGAs for that platform, and we're quite comfortable implementing those, although the process chain was significant. Because of image reconstruction in healthcare, we were familiar with using GPU acceleration. And we were actually early in on the STI cell. This article in IBM publication talks about some great performance that we got for it in doing an MRI algorithm implemented in the cell processor. So before 2010, we were already kind of pre-ready for this use of accelerators to get performance, but we had only looked at these in embedded or single workstation kind of scenarios. Our x86 clusters were modest, and it was in the high reliability architectures like the Blue Gene, there was a perception that it would be very difficult to port to them. But we got some assistance from Jim Sexton's team at TJ Watson. And I think our port of Tacoma, our RAND solver, took a day. And so that put that to rest. And we were running on the Blue Gene L in Rochester. And then some of the performance improvements started. So let's go back to the engine here. So the last part of the engine, called the low pressure turbine, is where we capture all the energy that's being generated upstream. And if we can choose a design that maintains attached flow, as shown toward the top, we get high efficiency, whereas turbulence, as seen in the red, and separated flow, we lose efficiency in the design. And so we run simulations where we want to see if the shapes and other factors that we've selected are creating these kinds of flows. And so we wanted to run a jugular experiment on this to see if there was anything useful running unsteady computations instead of the steady, which you can see up at the top, which is a time averaged view of what's going on in that stage. So we took this to Oak Ridge, and on Jaguar, we ran an unsteady analysis, and you can just see by comparison the top and the bottom. What we have here is there's a strut, and behind that strut is this wake that we thought there's thousands of RPMs going on. That's just going to blow apart the wake from that strut. Not true. And this, again, for symmetry, you can see that, in fact, with the unsteady analysis, we could see that the strut was impacting things, and we could identify areas of separated flow. And because the initial row is a stator, not a rotor, meaning it is always behind the strut, there were actually design decisions that we could make to compensate for this. So this was seeing something that we couldn't see before. So imagine you can use the top half of the slide to design, or you can use the bottom half of the slide, which is more informative here. And this has even gotten more pronounced as we have expanded the scale. So in 2011, we acquired a Cray to be able to do proprietary problems on this. Another early end project that was very enlightening, this one done on Mira at Oregon, was in exhaust noise prediction. This was some of the first work that was reproducing physical test data predictively. And this leveraged a code out of the Air Force. So as far as exascale, this is a panel in 2011. It was in the basement of the Capitol where I was representing industry, and we didn't really have an exascale problem at that time. So I'm thinking, what can I actually say? So I changed it to the pursuit of exascale, and how important the pursuit would be in impacting things where, you know, when just as petascale would commoditize terascale and make it affordable so everybody can do terascale stuff, exascale would do the same with petascale. But I did add a exascale sized problem, but this was completely infeasible to generate at the time. And the barriers in creating industrially relevant problems in terms of the mesh size and detail and validation and such are still an obstacle, and something that I've reached out to several labs to discuss how to address. And I think it's a problem worth more attention. Another early success story, unfortunately it's a negative success, is in looking at the nucleation or the formation of ice and water droplets. And the interest here was in terms of ice adhesion to things like wind turbine blades, aircraft engines, even subsea oil exploration contexts. And strangely enough, how this actually works mechanically, even though this is something we see all the time, is not deeply understood. And so this was one of the largest scale simulations in the world at the time, and it did give insight. Unfortunately, it was insight that the countermeasures that we were looking at to reduce adhesion would not work. But it allowed us to you know, create a lot of interest and excitement around the ability to see this, and then redirect our resources elsewhere. And in fact, that story is in the case study that Masako Yamada wrote in conjunction with kind of the brief history, which is about up to this point, that we put into this book that came out in 2015. So this is kind of the glory slide. So over the years, we've had a number of projects at various labs that have touched on many of the different components within the engine. This was an earlier version of this, appeared at National Lab Day on a live screen. And I think it's a great visualization showing the partnerships and just the power of what you can see. So shifting from see to understanding. The story that I would next share is around gas turbines. So this is big. This is 500 tons, 39 feet long, 16 feet in diameter, 100,000 parts. We are the largest supplier of gas turbines in the world. And so efficiency on these is of significant impact. And along the way, you also want to reduce emissions, carbon dioxide, NOx, and to a degree noise. Noise will come into the story here. So while a gas turbine only plant is about 33 to 44% efficient when you do what they call a combined cycle, where you capture the heat and you then turn that into a steam turbine, which acts in conjunction. You can push that into the mid 60% range, which for a machine is an incredible efficiency rating. So the each percent of efficiency translates to 17,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide, or about 3,500 automobiles. And the US combined cycle fleet is about 200 gigawatts. So 1% on that is about 3.5 metric tons of carbon dioxide. So this is a single point with dramatic potential impact. So a great story here is one that was told by Joe Citino from our gas turbine team and the keynote in the 2018 Smoky Mountains conference, where he shared the story of outreach to the national labs toward a predictive model that would have sufficient scale and capability to simulate the system of interest. The problem was, before having access to these machines, we could only look at one combustor at a time. But there was an interaction between multiple combustors that was creating some problems in the design that we would only be able to see once we were able to simulate multiple combustors. And so we received assistance from the labs, and you can see in this diagram, at least that they look different, not being a mechanical engineer. From the unstable to stable, the design change was moving one hole, a fuel hole, by 0.1 inch. So, but having the ability to see this and understand the impact is a key part of the value that comes out of this. So we had started to build this portfolio of these great projects with impact. And I definitely would say Susie and David in the back of the room were key partners in having us engaged in making parts of this happen. So now bought in, we started expanding these partnerships. This was looking at wind farm scale simulations to start to get an inkling of the effects of wakes downstream, and we're going to come back to that. We had additive manufacturing, which was becoming more prevalent. So, you take metal powder and a laser that will melt it, add powder, next layer, next layer, next layer. And this became so critical to our aircraft engine business that we actually bought the 3D printing companies there on the left, Concept Laser and Arcam. And so now we're in the metal 3D printer business as well, with ourselves as our primary customer. But others as well. So understanding materials and the grain structures in the process, and we've leveraged the HPC for Manufacturing program in looking at this. So by 2017, in peer-reviewed competitive grants, GE had already used over 1 billion core hours on the national lab machines across a number of the labs. And by today, that's 14 Insight Awards, 22 ALCC Awards, 6 HPC for Manufacturing, and other directors' discretionary grants, et cetera. But we recognized all through this the obligations that we had also to give back and to keep pace with things like the Insight scalability requirements. In 2019, at the Exascale annual meeting, I put together the poster on the left, and this is just kind of zoomed in for more this shape of some of the aspirations that we had for Exascale, including multi-scale wind turbine actions, the inlet distortion flow. So this is where you have aggressive crosswinds to the flow. So it's not like a uniform, I'm flying, into a headwind sort of thing. And multi-scale material modeling. But this one here, this remains a big challenge, which is combining, once again, I talked about modeling just the combustor or just one combustor, linking the simulation of the combustor with the simulation of the turbine that follows it. They have different geometries that they have to hand off, as well as different physics that are of interest. And so today, those are boundary conditions as a handoff rather than a coupled simulation, but it's pretty intuitive that there are insights when we can actually combine these. So getting to the recent awards that we've received, this ALCC award, and this did have an update, so it was renewed, was looking at the impact of coastal low-level jets. So in the natural thermal cycles of the heating of water versus the heating cooling of land, along the coast, there are these jets that have a distinct non-monotonic velocity profile that will hit the wind turbines. And it's not an effect that is universally seen, but it is prevalent in the East Coast of the United States. So in the New York Bight installation that was going up, we wanted to understand these effects so that we could predict what the performance of the wind turbine farm would be, and understand the reliability of the operation and such. So that's one aspect of this. The other is in terms of the wakes now. Believe it or not, the wake effects downstream can span over multiple kilometers and can reduce the efficiency of a downstream wind turbine up to 40%, and also potentially increase the out-of-plane loads on the turbine of up to 40%. And so a lot of the design is idealized turbulence, not realistic based environmental conditions. And there's no wind tunnel that you can put a wind turbine in to do this. So this is the only way of being able to see these sorts of things. So feasible at petascale. We have the atmospheric turbulence, the impact of weather on the turbines, turbine-turbine interactions at order 10, so basically a single farm, but still not able to do things like complex interactions with wave swells and more, more complicated atmospheric phenomena, and then interactions between wind farms, which just put a pin in that for a second. So switching to the to predict phase here. So we're at this current status in the diagram with these infeasible solutions. But with exascale, we believe that the wind farm interactions become feasible. So here, these are two wind farms in the Baltic Sea that are tens of kilometers away from each other, and the wake from one farm will impact the profile incoming of the other farm. And this greatly increases because of the number of turbines that are participating, but also the overall scale of the problem. It may also open up some of these other atmospheric conditions. The second ALCC program was trying to understand some of the flow physics that impact engine design and are relevant to the other stuff we'll talk about. So going from a laminar smooth flow to a turbulent flow, which would reduce our ability to capture the energy, reduce performance, and potentially create what they call flutter, which is a noise, it's like a standing wave in the system. We needed to look at how far up do we push what's called a Reynolds number. The Reynolds number is a function of viscosity in how you're modeling the fluids. And especially if we were going to employ the results of these simulations as a training set for surrogate models, we needed to know if we were extending this into the sufficient region of sufficient fidelity to encompass these kinds of effects. So this study was just looking at what are those tipping points in terms of the sensitivity on that, and this is in the high pressure turbine. So this builds to our current program. And again, going back to the beginning, this RISE demonstrator, and so this is the joint venture. CFM is a 50-50 operation between Safran in France and GE. RISE stands for Revolutionary Innovation for Sustainable Engines. It is the path to hydrogen, but also other things. It's the open fan design as opposed to the nacelle, as mentioned before. And this is something that is probably not well known. So before we can run a flight test, we run a rig test. This is typically done in a wind tunnel, but these wind tunnels are smaller than the actual product. And this is how big a difference that is. Now, so we build this tiny version that will fit into NASA's wind tunnel, and the relevant Reynolds numbers for the airflow of the small engine are significantly lower when compared to the fans that you see in the full product. So there is no wind tunnel that we can use to test the design at the product scale. So that is not tested until the flight test. And we have to try to sell these things. So we need to at least bracket what its performance will be post-certification when we haven't even done a flight test and such. So we laid some foundation for this with the 2021 InSight, and this completed the first of a kind, well-resolved large eddy simulations of the full 3D open fan at high Reynolds number. And this was still at rig test scale. And if we wanted to run these at, and cruise is significantly simpler because it's more steady than takeoff conditions, which have a lot of dynamics to them. So if we wanted to perform these same kinds of simulations at the flight scale, we would need a much bigger machine. And this is where we approached Oak Ridge and ultimately put into the ALCC program on this proposal to leverage basically everything we could possibly get access to. And so the ALCC award was on Frontier and Summit and Perlmutter. And you can bet that if anybody leaves spare hours available, we will be eagerly seeking to scoop those up. So just as a comparison, to run the takeoff test at the rig test scale, that simulation would be about 70,000 node hours on Summit. That same simulation at product scale, so the flight scale, is over 6 million node hours on Summit. So we love Frontier. The other potential approach for being able to greater leverage value out of this is thinking about the ability to save the results of high fidelity simulations as storage has become affordable and abundant, rather than doing an optimization where we're just throwing out things that don't meet our objective criteria. Can keep those results because maybe our objective criteria are wrong, and employ that as a data repository for machine learning for surrogate models. However, that repository needs to be very concise in where it is relevant to use. And if it is insufficient for the problem of interest, you can run some more high fidelity simulations, expand it, retrain, and employ the new technique. Now the payoff is significant, and the examples here, left to right, you're supposed to imagine that they're identical, right? And they are, and it only has to be good enough to make a decision. It doesn't have to be exact, but enough to provide enough confidence for decision making. So particularly on the right here, you're seeing an example of where one solution takes 2 days to compute, and the one on the far right is able to run 1 million solutions in 15 minutes through a surrogate model within the constraints of that problem. So having a workflow that allows you to assess the question that you want to ask, determine if you have a sufficient model to do so. If there is a gap, identify the missing high fidelity or test data you need to add to the repository, create a new surrogate, and then use that to answer your question, and maybe just that one time. This is why I call it a bespoke surrogate model. And the efficiency of that process being the factory part. This is potentially a novel way of doing engineering, and it's part of the paper that just last night we found out was accepted to Smoky Mountains. So we'll be presenting more on that there. And speaking of that, along the way, one of our obligations is publication. So out of the awards that we've made, and you can see some of the institutions on the top, there have been many white papers that have come out of it. In the recent awards, this is a list of those publications. And again, the understanding the obligations and what's at stake and how to make sure that you guys are getting the support and the messaging you need. There is this track record all through of GE having a sustained and consistent support and shared vision with the Department of Energy in the pursuit of exascale and now exascale, and the value of leadership computing facilities, but also the talent at the computing facilities and the ecosystem that has been built around those. We do want to say thank you for all of that. The flow has really been looking at the DOE being out in front. I usually say paving the road of understanding and bringing into feasibility the state-of-the-art hardware, which we can then select from to tune to our particular needs. Us doing feasibility studies that are out there still in the low TRL science realm, where internally we will then take it and do validation and production proprietary kinds of workloads, building out the scalable libraries and software applications that we can adapt, if not adopt, and apply internally. So the GE tagline for now is building a world that works. These are, serious, life consequential, critical infrastructure kinds of products, regulated, and so that presents obstacles that maybe others do not have, but it is the guiding central vision of the company. We are, as you probably heard in the news, splitting into 3 companies, and every indication I have is that GE Research is still going to remain a central research facility to those 3 companies going forward. But that's a story that I do not think has been really told in that fullness previously. And once again, thank you.
All right, questions? Ben?
I always have a question queued up. I'm very curious about some of the potential symmetries that you assume that turn out to be anisotropic, and so the results, predicted results don't work when you finally simulate the larger system. And you hinted at some of that when you had a single blade versus a portion of a circumference.
Yep.
But it occurred to me that when we're operating in a gravity atmosphere, in a gravitational field, there will be anisotropic results because of that. Do you ever get into a situation where you have to figure out what's going to happen if you're operating in a zero gravity environment? And does it make a difference?
So I won't have the answer to that. I'm certainly happy to try to connect you to the people who would, but I will try to answer anyway. So one of the combustion dynamics problems that we ran into probably mid 2010s was in fact a spiral effect that was going through the engine. So the 1/8 symmetry wasn't manifesting enough of the problem geometry to see it. And so yes, that does happen. And that was not only just the full annulus, but it also had to have the depth as well. As we have gotten into hypersonics, the transition of, so one of the reasons that you need a jet engine is because propellers at high altitude don't have enough oxygen, right, to combust. Similarly, you need to switch to ramjets, scramjets and stuff at very high altitude. So as you're thinking about hypersonics, you need something that will run at all of those conditions. And I'm reading a book at the moment called The Nature of Technology, and they talk about how scientists probably don't like to think that they're dependent on technology, that they're the ones that technology is always kind of feeding from. But as you go into areas that are unexplored, like zero G, you need technology to go and do the measurements and instrumentation and understand the things that you don't have a working model of. So they work hand in hand very well. So yes, zero G is, and other effects that happen at hypersonic speeds and atmospheric conditions are a place where we're having to completely rethink some of the effects within the machinery.
I'm always reminded of something the statistician George Box once said: all models are wrong, some models are useful. And the trick is, of course, knowing exactly where the
So I have a deck
useful
where
regime
I take that quote and I take it apart and I go through how the difference between an articulated model versus a data-driven, machine-learned model, how each of those are wrong and how each of them are useful. And it's a brilliant quote that I think has applicable derivations too.
All right, Ed Seidel is next, and then Martin.
Hey, Dan, thanks. Hey, Rick, good to see you. I have just a question about, with all the advances, say, entering exascale era now, and also the surrogate models, which I've also, in some of my own students' work, just seen amazing advances. Are we at a level where there could be a breakthrough in regulatory process that uses simulation and modeling in lieu of physical testing, wind tunnels, and so on? So how are we doing on that? And is it time for a push on that?
Yeah, well, so another hat I wear is on the Council on Competitiveness, and over 10, well, maybe about 10 years ago, we had a focus group where we invited in some of the regulators to talk about this. And I would say that the FDA is far ahead of anybody else in thinking about this. And they have something called in silico regulation, where they actually look at the defects in like mouse models, clinical studies, and such, as compared to what they call digital evidence. Mm-hmm. And so I think following the experiences that they have had, other regulators like the FAA have a lot they could learn and leverage. The way I like to think about it is regulation today can be adversarial at times, where the regulator has the job of auditing, asking the questions, poking a hole in how things have been doing. And so those tests and audits and stuff are high consequence and high risk, but it doesn't have to be that way. You could be sitting at the same table and say, look, so that I know something is safe and has the efficacy as advertised and stuff, we can both agree upon what evidence do we need to show, at what level of confidence, at what level of sampling, et cetera. And then with that agreed upon framework, we could employ modeling, pervasive sensors, and such to really change, I think, the whole posture of how regulatory science is conducted.
Great talk. Is it possible to say something about the next generation of software that you need for the next generation of machines?
So the CFD simulations that we were showing there are a code that we have partnered with ZJ Wang at Kansas University. And it is a highly scalable LES code. It's a high order code, which has allowed us to get better scalability. And you're right, you don't get those insight grants unless you have something that's going to run efficiently on the big machines and such. So that has taken significant effort. We've started to integrate some of the ECP codes into that, and it needs some additional capabilities to go to the next level of what we would like to do with it. Similarly, we have other adjacent problems when we get into fluid structure interaction and finite element analysis and structural mechanics and things where we need similar scalability. And we do confront obstacles when the commercial vendors see only a tiny part of their market as wanting to do things at that scale and fidelity. So sometimes we have to rely upon either national lab codes or pulling together our own. My dream would be that we have a multi-physics, multi-scale toolbox that we can then pull pieces, parts together and determine what level of coupling we need between, but at minimum, being able to co-simulate. So take the same problem and run it down different kinds of analyses in a consistent manner.
Okay. I was intrigued by your slides on the wind farm work. I noted the NREL logo. Was that simulation the result of the ExaWind project out of ECP?
Yeah, so we use both NalaWind and AR Wind.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I had the opportunity to participate in a DOE Norway MOU meeting, I think a month ago. And offshore wind farms was one of the topics of interest. So I'm sure the results that you showed would be of great interest to that community. You already mentioned the Baltic Sea. Are you already interacting with Norway, Sweden, et cetera?
I believe so. That I asked our team to give me a map of those locations. They couldn't supply that, so they had suggested ones that are on the map but are not GE wind turbines. So
okay.
So Siemens has the wind farm off the coast of Scotland, I believe.
Okay.
That's another example of this. I mentioned the New York Bight one, and so off Long Island and such, there are
Okay.
examples.
Very good. Well, as you're probably aware, most of the ECP projects on the application side are looking for new use cases, new sponsors. And so this might be an opportunity to integrate ExaWind with ExaLearn. And because that's the topic for that MOU is about artificial intelligence.
Great. Absolutely.
One other topic that's related is here at PNNL, we have a project funded by OSCAR called 5G Energy Frame. And it's a OSCAR power grid related project with the idea is to integrate 5G advanced wireless communications to help manage a wind farm in real time.
Mm-hmm.
And so that may be another opportunity to collect data on operations.
Yeah.
And deal with kind of low latency training and learning that would be local to the farm.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that you've also been involved in the physics inspired neural network stuff. That's spot on, and the neural network training algorithms that can do classification of images and such, which are, what the Googles and Microsofts and such have been interested in, are not necessarily as useful for industrial applications where you're not looking for the most likely explanation, but you're trying to find the anomaly in complex time series data, for example. And so there is an opportunity to be thinking about the underlying structures of how you build the neural network, particularly when you have some insight into the physics of interest.
Great, thank you.
All right, Jackie, you get the last word, and then we should move on.
Okay, so I'm actually speaking from SFO Airport, so hopefully it's coming through. I just wanted to say that I was very inspired by a lot of the work you're doing with aero engines, and Paley is another one of these AMRX code that's been developed out at ECP. And as Jim has said, is also coupled closely with ExaLearn in the development and implementation of anomaly detection methods, which, as you pointed out, when you have transient events and intermittency and chaos, especially with turbulent flows, some of the surrogate models, it's not clear that they would account for these higher order statistics. And so getting either in situ machine learning and reduced order modeling or higher moment statistics to guide, in addition to pins, to guide some of these surrogate models would be really great.
Yeah, for sure. And Vint and I were talking just before I started, and there are some aspects in the underlying training sets that complicate the learning terrain, shall we say. If you have eigenvalues or non-ergodic data, phase transitions and such, if you do not have sufficient data for those to be discovered through the learning, then they're invisible. And so just take the example of missing an eigenvalue, and all of a sudden you have a resonance in a 500-ton machine. That's a bad day. So the surrogate models need to be aware of what lies within the data. And
right, and not even just the data, but even the forward simulation. If you can capture those anomalies or transients that you may not have the opportunity to save, at a sufficient frequency, that's another alternative.
And continual learning. So being able to embed sensors with feedback into parameterizable models so that coefficients and submodels can be continuously improved. So the digital twin concept. Yeah, this is great stuff.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. All right. As Barb mentioned earlier, and I alluded to a bit, Jack Dungar has agreed to chair, and we're planning on a co-chair, a look at international post-exascale competitiveness issues. But today we're going to try to draw a few lessons from the BSAC assessment of international standings. So Cynthia, we appreciate you joining us, and we appreciate your flexibility a little bit as we were running a bit late from lunch. So the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and hopefully I can share with you some of the lessons learned and experiences we had. By way of introduction, I'm a faculty member on leave from Harvard University. I'm in chemistry, and I'm now the president of the Copley Foundation. I'm chair of BSAC now. Starting this year, but in the previous looked at the research areas in BES that are and they're in the context of international competition. And so what I wanted to do today is to tell you briefly about some of our conclusions in the report, but then really focus on the methodology, since I understand that you may also want to have a similar type of study to evaluate international competitiveness. And then also I just want to point out that you'll see throughout my talk, I think there actually could be some opportunities for connections and comparisons between BES and OSCAR. So I think that would be kind of interesting to consider. You can read the full report. It's you can see the link here, and so if you would like to look at all the details, they're all in there, including a lot of details about the methodology and the data that we collected. So if we could go to the next slide, please. I'll start by just summarizing our findings and also the possible strategies for success. In other words, what could be done to address some of the issues that we identified. So first of all, perhaps not surprisingly, what we'll find is that there's an overall downward trend in competitiveness in all research areas that we consider that are of relevance to BES. And as you'll also see, there in fact is a correlation with research investment, because there have been some significant changes in research investment in over a decade or so, in particular in Asia and very specifically by China. The other thing is that research facilities that BES has constructed and operates, which are light sources and other neutron sources, things like that. They're physical facilities. They're still world leading, but they're no longer unique. So other countries are actually emulating what we've done and catching up and providing a lot of user support. That may be less of an issue because computing might have fewer boundaries, but that is a conclusion that we had. In basic energy science, it's important to build mid and small scale instrumentation, and it's difficult to obtain funding for that. I don't know if there's an analogy in your space, but that's one of the things that we found that was important. But I've italicized the next finding, which is, I think, going to cut across all areas, and that is there's a fierce competition for global talent in science. And I would imagine that's even more so in for the areas that you're interested in. But that's one of the biggest challenges, in my view, that we all face in maintaining our competitive edge. So the possible strategies for success that we recommended in the report, first of all, the obvious one is increased investment, and we know that's difficult. So the alternatively, thinking about how to redistribute investment in science in a way that's strategic. We particularly identified a need to invest in computation, data analysis methods, computer hardware, and architecture. So I would imagine that could be something that would be of interest to this group. And then also to boost support for scientists, and that really is for all career stages, but particularly I would say the mid-career stage, shortly after people emerge from the early career stage. That's important for enhancing U.S. competitiveness for talent. And then we also need to balance new facilities with support for existing facilities, because if we just continue to build new facilities without providing support, that makes it more difficult for the broader community to use them in an effective way. And then something that we found that also may be of interest is that there was a real desire and at least a perceived need to better integrate research from the basic side to the applied, and then ultimately to industrial scale, really to accelerate that pace. So this is kind of the overview of the main points of our report. And I'll spend most of my time now talking about the methodology, since that might be most directly relevant to what you're going to be considering. So on the next slide, I start talking about methodology. This is just a sort of transition slide with people, but I wanted to again emphasize this need for global talent. Next slide. So what we did is we actually took a multi-pronged approach. And I'm going to start with the first step was basically to look at previous work that had been done. There have been other studies done historically. For example, there was an NAS report in 2000 that had a lot of recommendations about how to do benchmarking. There was an American Academy report looking at international competitiveness in 2020. And so we, of course, looked at these and drew upon them for both our methodology and also to compare some of our conclusions. But in parallel with these, we did other kinds of things. And one of the things I'd like to emphasize that I think it's important to get things started in parallel. We kind of took a little while to really land on a strategy for all the things that we were going to look at, debating what was the best way to do this benchmarking. And so as you'll see, I'll kind of go through the different things we do, but I suggest getting started in parallel. Next slide, please. So here's the methodology. One thing we did is we had a very strong committee that had subject area experts from a broad range of areas, a lot of people with quite a bit of experience, but also some earlier career investigators. We then divided into two teams, and one team basically looked at and identified specific research areas that we were going to evaluate, because there were a lot of possibilities there. And I'll get down to what we chose and how we chose them. There's a second team that looked at more qualitative data. So and we called that the strategies team. And so these two different teams took different approaches to the getting the information. I think both were quite useful. So if we start with the team one, where we had to identify specific areas that we were going to look at so that we could focus on those. We couldn't look at every single research area. So in BES, we have these so-called basic research needs or BRN reports. And what we did is we drew upon those because those reports are commissioned by BSAC to look at specific areas to identify, strategic needs in these research areas. So it was a natural alignment with the priorities in basic energy sciences. We then actually ranked the areas and we selected a few and aggregated them to do a deeper dive. And I'll elaborate on this in a moment. But then we also, on these deep dive areas, the specific ones that we focused on, we then looked at publication metrics and also did an analysis on conferences, which would have been something recommended by, for example, the NAS report that I referred to in a previous slide. And what I want to emphasize is the need really to work with professionals in doing an analysis of publication metrics. And we were very fortunate to be able to engage a group at ORISE who could do this, who were schooled in library science. I think it's important not to try to do it just ourselves, even though as scientists we may think we can do it well, but it was really very helpful to work with ORISE. And so I strongly recommend that. And then we also got community input. We looked at other metrics such as awards to the extent possible. And I think getting that community input is very important after you've gotten pretty far along in the process, but not completed, to see if there's anything that's been missing or to make sure that we know what the community is thinking. So what we did is we had webinars at meetings that overlapped with the research areas in BES. So for example, the American Chemical Society, Materials Research Society, American Physical Society, and Electrochemical Society. And I think that's very important to get that kind of community input. And it was all done virtually. I should have pointed out that this entire process occurred during the pandemic. It was mainly in 2020. Okay, next slide, please. So again, we come back now to a deeper look at how we identify areas. These BRN reports are very useful because they comprehensively describe BES priorities. And we just went back to 2010 because we thought the previous decade were the reports that we should focus on. And then what we did is we distilled these reports down to 5 areas that aggregated a number of these different reports. And in the gray bar here, you can see the different areas. So for example, we had quantum information science. We had science for energy, which would include, for example, solar energy storage, and other energy storage technologies, etc. So you can see the list of the BRN reports in blue. Materials for energy and information was another. And then industrially relevant science for sustainability was a 4th area. And then we had a cross-cutting area that really focused on facilities, and you can see the list of facilities here. For example, the use of neutron scattering, use of X-ray free electron lasers. So you can see that there are a variety of different facilities, and there presumably is a parallel that you would consider in terms of the computing facilities. The next slide, please. Once we identified these 5 areas, what we did is we basically went through a deeper dive. And the point that I want to make is that we had pretty uniform outcomes in each of these 5 different areas. So although we didn't look at exhaustively at every single topic that might be of interest to DOE, the uniformity of the outcome was a strong indication that this is that our conclusions are quite general. Next slide, please. So if I go down to what we did look at a deeper dive, these are the details on the right of the different things that were included in these 5 different areas. And then we went in and first did a kind of qualitative evaluation by talking to experts in the field, and in particular, the leads and the chairs of the basic research needs studies as described on the next slide. So we consulted the BRN chairs because this is basically a perception of global status in strategic area. And then this kind of set us up to do a deeper citation study. And this methodology, in fact, was derived from that 2000 NAS report that I mentioned, to look at conference and citation methodology, and then also to consult with people who are subject area experts in the field. And since people were chairs of these basic research needs reports, we deem them to be subject area experts. So the next slide, please. So here's an example of what we did in this ranking. We asked people to rank, and of course it's subject to perception. And in fact, you'll see that none of the data that we have, including conference citations, is perfect. So that's why it's useful to look in different ways at these different metrics. So we looked at different areas, just for example, the area of advanced tools, if we focused on neutron scattering as one example, you can see some of the opinions. So we used the red, green, yellow metric where green would indicate that you're either at the forefront, or if you're looking at the future, that means it would be we extend or gain in terms of lead as we look at the next 5 to 10 years. And red, of course, would mean lagging behind and not a world leader in those areas. So these are kind of qualitative opinions, but backed up on the specific comments, as you can see here. So this was a critical component to at least giving us a check on things, even though it is subject to specific perception. Okay, next slide, please. So we also then looked at conferences. So I should have noted that in each of the teams, we had 2 people who were responsible for one of those subject areas, the 5 different areas, and they would go in and do an analysis of this. They were people who had subject area understanding, so they could identify important conferences worldwide. We did an analysis of the invited speakers by nation and region, and we also tried to be as quantitative as possible. And there were some questions that came up, and one in particular is, was Asia appropriately captured? Because there are language issues, there were potential visa issues, and I think that's even more the case now, you know, the ability to travel to meetings in different places. If things are hybrid or online, that may not be as much of a barrier, but there were barriers that were viewed. And then also the other question is, were people who were not already established in a field but were emerging as leaders included in conference invitations? So these are some of the questions that arose, and we don't have, you know, an answer to this. But if you look at the next slide, you can see some of the data that we have is just one example. This is a representative data set on quantum information science. And you can see that if we look at the country and then the count of the number of invited speakers in an area, there is a difference if you include the home country where the conference was held versus whether you exclude them. So it's hard to quantify this, but it's just important to recognize that there's a so-called home field advantage. And this shows up again, even in the publication metrics, meaning that if a conference is held in a particular place geographically, there's a natural tendency to have more invited speakers from within that region. And you can see it here. Next slide, please. Okay, then we, of course, wanted to look at citations. This is one of those things that's a little bit tricky. No one likes to overemphasize citation metrics, but it is an important way of evaluating impact of research. And so we basically generated keywords in various sub areas that we were trying to look at, and then work with ORISE to do a search. It was also important to have someone who knew about the field look at the specific publications, especially in the top 1 to 10% of cited papers, to make sure that it made sense, because sometimes you could have terms that might be applicable in other areas. And I'll give you an example here, the use of membranes, which is very important in energy storage and also in water desalinization, other areas of interest in VES. Of course, also is a term you would find in biology. It's ubiquitous because membranes are important in biological systems. And we needed to exclude those because we were not specifically looking at the life sciences. So it's important not only to do the search, but to actually go through and have a reality check, and to make sure that the journals that are coming up as being very highly cited also make sense within a given field, that they're well known established journals. Next slide, please. So here's just a representative citation result. And we have this for all the different areas that I enumerated previously. But you can see on the left, the worldwide fraction of the 20% highest cited papers by region. And you can see that the US was leading before 2000 and EU is very strong. But then there's this very sharp increase in the number of cited papers coming from Asia, and that's driven largely by China, as you can see from the red line. And similarly, if you just look at the number of papers that are cited, you see it also a huge rise after 2010 due to contributions from researchers in China. So the lines, by the way, are not a fit or anything. They're just to guide your eye. The points are the actual data. So they're just kind of smoothed out a little bit, but you can clearly see the trend. On the next slide, we show how this compares, these changes compare to changes in funding. And so if you look at the bottom right panel, there's a comparison of the amount of science investment in research and development in US dollars in 2019, reference to 2019, and comparing the US to China. And what you can see is that there's, again, a very sharp increase, in particular between 2010 and 2020. But it also started to accelerate even prior to that in 2000. And this has a strong correlation with these increases in citation rates, which you can use as one measure of impact. And again, this is for a specific area. This is for energy storage. But if you look at the other areas that we considered, the trends are quite similar in other areas, so that it indicates or suggests at least that the increased investment, in particular in China, has had a significant impact. Okay, next slide, please. We also looked at citations and tried to do kind of a cross-cut for facilities use. And this was very challenging, and retrospectively, I think it was a huge amount of work for not as much benefit as I would have liked, because there are statistics of small numbers. Again, that's something you have to consider for your case. But what we did is we kind of looked at a matrix, again, of the top cited papers, and if the facility was used that was funded by DOE, and then to look at the country where those papers originated and to correlate that with the place where the facility was. Again, you see a strong tendency for people to use facilities in their home country. And so you might understand that even before doing any kind of citation metrics, just because of the facility of travel and language, et cetera, the same type of thing I talked about in conference invitations. So this was a lot of work, statistics of small numbers, as you can see. And so it may not be something that that I would choose to do retrospectively. So it didn't give us a lot of information except to say people tended to use facilities in their home country. Next slide, please. Okay, so the strategies team now, if I move to that, this team did things in a more qualitative way. It basically consulted many different individuals, about 50 consultations using a request for information. And based on trends that were observed from those individual conversations from leaders in various fields, there were hypotheses that were developed. And you can see on the right a list of the people who were consulted in this process. And we wanted to get a broad swath of the kind of people that would understand and know about BES areas. We also, as I said, got input from the scientific community at town hall meetings, at national scientific meetings. And then we did follow up to try to get some clarification at the end. And I should say that Matt Terrell from, sorry about that, Matt Terrell from Argonne National Lab and University of Chicago led the strategies team, and I led the areas team. Next slide, please. So here are the hypotheses tested. I'm not going to read through them. I'll just sort of let you take a look at them. But there were specific hypotheses that came out. Two that I'd like to point out are the top one. Again, the US is losing out for global talent, and there are a variety of reasons for that. including research support, but also just issues of attracting the best graduate students. And then the other thing that I think is very important is the second bullet point, which are that the US didn't, at least in the physical facilities that DS supports, doesn't provide as much support for scientists using beamline scientists and other kinds of things that that the European colleagues do. And so even though we have excellent facilities, sometimes people have a barrier to using them because they may not have the expertise to use specific things. Okay, next slide, please. So again, team 2 discussed how to look at the validity of these various hypotheses. This is challenging because they were qualitative data, but we did then back it up with objective data. And as an example, if you look at support of scientists in the competition for global talent, we could look at the amount of funding that an early career award in the US received versus, let's say, in the EU. It turned out to be quite different. We think that that's one of the types of things that was important, and also the ability to transition from being an early career investigator to a mid-career investigator was one of the other challenges. So again, I won't go through all these different points, but suffice it to say that once we went through the initial round of consultations, we went back, looked for data, and then followed up with some specific individuals. Next slide, please. The other thing that we did that is very important is to basically look in detail at facilities, and we consulted a variety of different groups, of course, users themselves, user organizations, so that the committees that steer the facilities, and then user facility staff. And these were the questions that were asked to try to probe for the effectiveness of the facilities. And again, I would say that the BES facilities are excellent, they're world leading, but there are some challenges in particular with staff scientists and their career development and their time to do their own work. Next slide, please. The other thing that we did in writing the report is we tried to find some anecdotal stories to illustrate some of the points we made. And we thought this would make it more accessible. So we actually have suggestions from our committee members about stories that could make some of the points we made about, for example, needing to bring in people from other countries to make sure we have sufficient talent, to also talk about the use of facilities for specific reasons. So this was something I think that's useful, and in particular, if you as your audience, a broader audience, not just speaking to ourselves as scientists, having these anecdotal stories is very useful. Next slide. The town hall meetings, I think, are also very important, because the last thing anyone wants to do is to spend a lot of time writing a major report and then have the community as a whole feel that you left something significant out. We did get some input from this, and we presented a slide deck that had information with the story, some of the preliminary conclusions of the work that we did to talk about our methodology and to solicit feedback. And it was quite helpful. People pointed us in directions to look into certain things in more detail. And I think it made this a much smoother process. So next slide, please. I just wanted to end by saying that, of course, this is a big task. It takes a lot of people to be able to do this, and we were careful to select leaders in our field. I also made sure that we had people from international organizations so that we could get an objective view from those. That did make some scheduling challenges, because scheduling a meeting that has people in Asia and Europe, that tends to be a little bit tricky. But you can see here the organization, as I said, we have these different subcommittees. I was the chair of the overall effort. Matt Terrell was the vice chair. And then we also recruited Eric Isaacs and Ziek Shen to help us as subcommittee leads of areas 1 for Ziek and area 2 for Eric Isaacs. And then, of course, we had BES participation. We had strong participation from Al Hammond, who's a science writer, and also Dr. Jeffrey Miller, who's at Harvard, and he's online today in case you have questions, and want detailed questions about methodology, because he, for example, was instrumental in running the citation analysis. This is a list of our committee members. As I said, we worked completely online, and I have to say it was a very engaged and active group. And that's important because there's a lot of work that needs to be done that we divided up amongst the individuals. And then lastly, on the next slide, but not least, of course, is we had incredible support. And I want to acknowledge people from DOE, from Harvard, which is what my support staff, and then also the library science support staff at ORISE, and graphic support from a variety of different people who helped us with the graphics. So I'll stop there, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or hear any comments.
Thanks very much. I'll maybe start with one to stimulate some discussion. One of the, and I'm in part both channeling some of my other DC roles, but part of the challenge has always been about basic science is how to translate it into political action in terms of greater investment. I mean, it's kind of everybody's second or third priority. If you, for example, talk to members of Congress, they feel good about it and they're pleased, you know, and so think about the excitement that the web images generated. People think that's really cool. But the shoe leather effort when it comes to balancing political realities, as one senior person at DC said, it's rare for people to come to Washington and say, I'm dumb and I have too much money. Can you fix my problem? So there are more good ideas than there are to go around. So any thoughts on the transition from, yes, this is an issue in terms of the US positioning relative to the rest of the world, but how we think about the funding issues that go with it?
Yes, I mean, this is a challenge. Actually, it's one of the reasons I'm now president of the Cobley Foundation, is to try to help address this issue, because we support basic science, not applied sciences. And I think the important way to present this, and I think that having more conversations, not only with lawmakers, but also with people in the public, is to try to tell stories, basically. And I know that sounds kind of ridiculous, but you need to tell stories about how fundamental science has led to dramatic change and really led to economic gain down the road. And so without the beginnings of fundamental science, that you will not then have the technological breakthroughs later. Now, I know that's a very vague concept, but you know, one great example is quantum mechanics. Quantum behavior contributes a vast amount to our gross national product. That was started out as basic research, and it still seems rather esoteric to most people, but various types of things like, you know, lighting, or the new TV screens we have, things like that, you know, we can go down the list. It's a huge phenomenon. It's a tough argument to make, but all we can do is to point out this leadership position. And there are some great historical examples of, you know, this type of investment leading to changes, including the development of the transistor. Without government funding initially, it would have never happened because it was too expensive to make them. So there are a lot of stories like that. That's why I think the stories are important. And in terms of talent, that's where I think we need to really make an argument, which isn't so much about give us more money, because everybody's always going to make that argument. If we don't have talent, we're not going to be able to compete internationally. And again, historically, there are many examples of this. And of course, the classic case is post-World War II, when people immigrated to the United States and had a huge, huge impact on our scientific and technological prowess. And I think that's something that is not enough part of the conversation now, in my opinion, in talking about issues of international competition and visas and immigration. So there's no easy answer, but I think outreach and having data helps, but telling the story so that people can understand why is it relevant to them and their constituency.
Completely agree with everything you said, and certainly about the international talent aspects. One of the other aspects, though, is we're struggling to attract domestic talent into STEM, maybe even a more fierce urgency problem. And there are huge diversity and inclusion issues tied up in that as well. But, you know, in many disciplines, the majority of our graduate students, maybe even the overwhelming majority in some disciplines, are international. And that's good at some level because it means we're attracting talent, but it's horrible at another level because it means we don't have competitive domestic talent, enough of it.
Yes, I think there are two issues there. So first of all, although we may have quite a few students and talent from international sources, there's pressure on that now, as everyone knows. I mean, in particular in computing. So I think it's important we say that is a good thing, because if we don't have that talent, we're going to be in big trouble. That's one part. The part about inspiring people domestically, I think is a different issue, where there needs to be mechanisms for exposing people to the possibilities of science early on. And it can be very simple. Like I was speaking to someone who was an undergraduate at a small institution in the Southeast, and they didn't realize you could go to graduate school and get paid for it. Now, you're not going to get rich, but at least you can have a living. They thought you had to work and pay full tuition. Just having more of a conversation so that there's information that is available to individuals outside of the areas where we usually think of attracting students, and starting earlier, I think is an important aspect. But this is a vast issue. You know, it's beyond the scope of our report. We did not, I should say, we did not make any recommendations regarding this in our report. We specifically did not cover it because it was outside of our scope.
Thanks. Well, other questions, Vin?
So the numbers are kind of against us if you think about it. Looking just at US research environment, we have 330 million people. There are 7.7 billion people in the world, and talent is distributed more or less uniformly around the world, although those with talent don't have equal opportunity to exercise it. One place where they can exercise it is here in the United States, especially in our research universities. So it strikes me that we should take advantage of the numbers, attract those people, and try to keep them here. And even if we can't keep them here, let's at least leverage the results that they get from the research. So that's one point. Second point.
I agree, by the way.
Thank you. Well, you know, speaking with my Google hat on, you know, these green cards are really important to us because we want that talent along with other, you know, Americans as well. But the second thing I'm thinking about, there's a second point, and Dan, this is really to you with your amazing double hat on, chairing this group and chairing the National Science Board. As you know, NF has created this new directorate, and I'm super excited about it because it has the potential of increasing the ability to get scientific results that are actionable into the hands of industry in a more effective way. There's a real partnership opportunity there. So we have this SBIR program, which, by the way, if you didn't know, was started by NSF. I did not know that. Of course, it's propagated to other parts of the US government. But the reason I bring this up is that it's not just the research component. What we need, and what I would like to see more of, is a certain amount of money to push outside, you know, beyond the lab. Because if any of you have been in this game of trying to get from the lab where it works to something that you can sell, is quite a gap. It's sort of like the first 90% of the problem takes 90% of the time to solve, and the last 10% of the problem takes another 90% of the time to solve. So finding a way to push a little further so that we take some risk out of it and get more. So this the possibility of creating another mechanism like SBIR, but closer to getting things into lower risk positions so that we can get more private sector investment might also be a worthwhile thing to happen. And I'd love to see that happen, not just at NSF, but at DOE and NASA and elsewhere.
Agree. Ed Seidel, Ed, you may get the last word, and then we should move on, and thank Cynthia for patience. Oh, and yeah, okay, and then Valerie. So Ed, and then Valerie, and then we will move on.
Thanks, Dan. So I'm going to just pose a question that maybe will require further discussion. But Cynthia, I really liked your presentation. I wanted to zoom in on one bullet point about potentially evidence that we could be falling behind in computational science, data science, and I would define that very broadly. And one of the things that I really struggle with is how best to support that, which is sort of at the intersection of the various domain sciences and computer science. Generally, I find not supported properly almost anywhere. DOE does the best job. My beloved NSF struggles to find the right way to support this, I still feel. But so do you have any further comment on that particular piece of it? And maybe one of the arguments is we're falling behind internationally, and this is so important to our future that would be a key area to begin to focus on, to rethink how we support it.
Well, I do think joint programs and also just availability of computation time, and that's one of the things I find very effective at DOE. Some of the research that we did, I've been a director of an EFRC, and we're fortunate enough to be able to use, for example, the Oak Ridge facilities and also NERSC and other facilities. So I think just making those accessible to scientists, and perhaps again partnering in a way it's analogous to the use of facilities that I described, like let's say X-ray facilities. There may be people who have a need in solving a problem, but they might not have the expertise in terms of coding, in terms of even just using the computational facilities or effectively. And so I would say that if there can be, I don't have a magic way of doing it, but if there's some way to bridge across that could be very helpful to science in general. And I do think DOE does a pretty good job of it, but it could be improved. And that's another way also of perhaps getting more talent into the pipeline, especially for doing computational work and also like hardware development for that matter.
Yes, and Cynthia, I enjoyed the presentation. Thank you. I just had a question about the community input. So I found it very interesting. I think it was good where you were looking at particular conferences in the area to identify the community input. And I just had two quick questions. One, if you could elaborate in terms of that community input, was that based on having focus groups, surveys, a combination? And then also, if, was it broadcasted widely, about the community input, such that if people who would usually attend may not attend that particular time frame, were able to provide input as well?
Yeah, so we you can't really do a survey. That's one of the issues.
Be quiet.
Story. But what I would say is that what we did is we used well-known meetings to try to get the community input. And what we asked them to do, so let's just take the American Physical Society as an example. We worked with the APS to schedule a specific time for our town hall meeting, just like you would if you were in person. I mean, this was all virtual, remember that, which actually I think probably increases participation because people don't have to travel to the meeting. And then the APS made sure to advertise this to make it widely known. If people could not attend it, there was also the possibility of input, online community input, which I don't think we had so much of that, but it was basically these presentations that various members of the committee did. We split it up, like I did the one for the American Chemical Society, and had those presentations, had question and answer, and then people could also provide written input. And I think it's important to do that. It might be wise to think about broadening it beyond just those scientific meetings, but our idea was that would, by choosing ones that we knew overlapped with BES space, that we could probably get the maximum input. The other possibility would be to go to other professional organizations that might, in particular, bring in the diversity, for example. But we just stuck with the scientific meetings. Does that answer your question?
That does, thank you. And I think the comment too about the societies may be also an opportunity as well.
Yes.
All right, well, I apologize for the background. Not sure what happened, but thank you so much for being willing to discuss this. It's really helpful. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and good luck with your study. I think it's very valuable to do it.
All right, appreciate it.
Bye.
All right, next up, Noah is going to talk about optimizing the performance of fusion reactors at exascale.
Hi there. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can we see the slides?
Yes, we can. Good to go.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for having me here. My name is Noah Mandel. I'm a postdoc at MIT. I do turbulent simulations of fusion plasmas. And so I'm going to tell you about some of the work that I've been working on. I was also a DOE Computational Science Graduate Fellowship fellow as part of my time at Princeton, where I did my PhD working at PPPL. So a lot of the work was done there. All right, I'll go ahead and get started. All right, so I'm talking about fusion, and fusion is, of course, the energy that powers the stars. So all it takes is you take some deuterium, you take some tritium, you smash them together, and then you get a lot of energy out of this. And so in the stars, you have this enormous gravitational pressure that produces the conditions necessary for fusion. Of course, on Earth, we have to take a different approach. The main approach that we've been developing is to heat deuterium and tritium gas to something like 150 million degrees, which is 10 times hotter than the surface of the sun. And so at those temperatures, the random collisions of the particles will have enough energy to overcome the repulsive forces between them so that they can fuse. And so the development of fusion as a viable commercial energy source will be a real game changer for the health of the planet in the coming decades because it's a clean and virtually limitless energy source. It has a minimal carbon footprint, no long-lived radioactive byproducts, it's safe, there's no meltdown scenario, things like that. One of the main approaches that we take here on Earth is something called magnetic confinement fusion. So what happens is that at the extreme temperatures necessary for fusion, our fuel gas becomes a plasma, so it becomes a charged gas. And these plasmas can be confined by strong magnetic fields. So you have a magnetic field here, and you have some charged ion, and the ion likes to kind of spiral along the magnetic field, and that allows you to confine those ions. And so what we end up doing is we have a donut-shaped device, like a tokamak or a stellarator. And so there's magnetic fields here that thread around the donut. And so this allows us to confine lots of heat in the core of this device. So here I'm looking at a cross section of this torus. And so in the core, we want all of our heat to be, and that's where we want our fusion to be happening. And that heat is being confined by magnetic insulation. And so there's very strong temperature gradients here. So the temperature gradients between the hot core and the cool walls, it's more than 1,000 times steeper than the gradients handled by reentry tiles on spacecraft. So that gives you kind of a picture of how challenging this really is. So it's really an exciting time in fusion. Recently, the JET tokamak in the UK set a new record of 59 megajoules of fusion power over 5 seconds. And this was a big result that is very exciting in the community. We also have NIF, which had a major success. NIF is a different kind of fusion that I won't talk too much about, but NIF uses inertial confinement fusion. So they're shooting massive high-powered lasers at a tiny capsule and imploding it. And their record shot produced 14 kilojoules of energy, which was more than the X-ray energy that the capsule absorbed. So that was kind of a break-even kind of moment. But it was, the energy here was still a small fraction of the total laser energy, but still very, very exciting and very promising. Coming up next, a lot of excitement around ITER, which is a international collaboration of 35 nations. So you can see the scale here. So this is JET that I was talking about before, and here's ITER. So it's 10 times bigger by plasma volume. And this is under construction right now in France. It's projected to begin operation in 25-ish, and start getting high gain plasmas in 2035-ish. And then at MIT, there was a spin-off company called Commonwealth Fusion Systems, and they've begun building the Spark tokamak. The new approach here is that they're using much stronger magnetic fields, which are enabled by a new high-temperature superconducting magnet technology. And this is going to give similar performance to ITER in a smaller device. So here's Spark. And then for reference, ARC is about the same size as JET that I was showing before. So these are smaller devices. And they had this big success in 2021, big successful demonstration of this high power 20 Tesla magnet. So this could even beat ITER to net gain plasmas. All right, so it's a very exciting time, but there's still a lot of work to do. Fusion is still hard. So what we need to do to get fusion to be sustainable is to achieve high pressure in the core to reach self-sustaining burning conditions. So this is 10 times hotter than the surface of the sun. The first problem is that heat is lost too quickly from the core because of turbulence. So you have turbulence that mixes things around, and it causes the heat to leak out. Turns out that nature doesn't like the temperature gradients that steep. And so bigger reactors like ITER or stronger magnetic fields like Spark can help with this problem, but it's still a challenge. And then you have the problem that the heat that comes out of the core and then gets exhausted in the boundary region. And in the boundary region, the field lines actually intersect the walls, and they intersect on these special plates called diverter plates. And we need to make sure that the heat that comes out, basically it doesn't melt the diverter plates, which would be bad. So we need to make sure that the heat exhaust is not dangerous to the walls. And these problems are coupled, and so we need whole device solutions to these coupled problems. So this is an area where modeling and optimization, where exascale high performance computing can make a large impact on the success of fusion by enabling the design of more efficient reactors. So for a given reactor design, we need to be able to model and predict things like the fusion power, which is determined by macroscopic profiles of density and temperature in the core. So if I look at the core and then I take a line out here and draw the pressure. So it's peaked in the center and then it falls off towards the edge. And so how much pressure you have in your plasma determines how much fusion power you're going to get. So we want higher pressure in the core. And then we also need to be able to model and predict the boundary properties. So we need to be able to know things like how much heat load are we going to get in our to the diverter plate, so that we know that we're not going to melt the plates. And so I've been developing models for both the core turbulence and the boundary turbulence. So in the core, I'm going to tell you about models called GX and Trinity, and in the edge, a code called Jekyll. So, all right. So modeling a fusion plasma is also a major challenge. And this is because a fusion reactor has an enormous range of scales. So in the core, we have at the small scale, we have turbulence, and this is happening at length scales on the order of tenths of millimeters, and the time scales are on the order of tens of microseconds. And then a few decades up, we have the background profile evolution. So these mean profiles of pressure are evolving on length scales of order meters and on time scales of order seconds. So this is a big multi-scale problem. And an additional complication is that the extreme temperatures require a kinetic description. So you can't just keep track of fluid quantities like densities and momenta and energy. You need to actually evolve not just the position of particles, but also their velocities. And so this means solving a PDE in 5D. And so modeling this large range of scales with a brute force discretization, if we gridded our 5D space on the turbulence scales, you might need something like 10 to the 14 phase space grid points in 5D. And then if you wanted to time step this, supposing that your algorithm scaled like n squared, and then time stepping on the turbulence time scale, this is the number of floating point operations that might require. And that would take something like the time of the universe on an exascale computer. So that's certainly not feasible. And so clearly, these problems, they require intense computational resources, but also clever multi-scale algorithms in theory to enable tractable calculations. And then if we even want to think about the optimization context, you might imagine that there could be, you could need 1,000 such calculations. And so you really need even more additional acceleration to make these things tractable. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the way that we attack the core. So here I'm showing you again a temperature profile, a background temperature profile, but now I'm showing it to you not just in space, but also in time. So this profile could evolve on some time scale. And so here are that time scale. So the total time evolution scale is on the order of seconds, and that's several decades of turbulence time scales and also the length scales. And so, right, so the brute force approach would be taking a very fine space-time mesh for this entire domain, right, with the length scales on the order of the turbulence length scales and the time scales on the order of the turbulence time scales. What we do with Trinity is a multi-scale approach. So we're going to zoom in on some small regions of this space, and only in those small regions are we going to use a fine grid for the turbulence. And that fine grid is then going to be embedded in a coarser grid on which we're going to do the slow profile evolution. And this is going to dramatically reduce the domain over which this fine space-time mesh is needed. And so you can see here, it's at several radial locations, we're going to evaluate the turbulence, and we're going to use the GX code, which is something that I've been developing. And then the Trinity algorithm allows you to advance this thing in time and evolve the profiles. And so, yeah. So here's GX. GX models the microscale turbulent fluctuations, which are driving the heat and particle losses in the reactor. So this involves solving a nonlinear PDE in 5 dimensions plus time. And you can compute things like the turbulent heat flux. So this is showing the turbulent heat flux versus time. It's a chaotic system, but you can take a time average and get some estimate that you can then feed into the transport solver. So this is showing GX, which is the code that I'm developing compared to a few other established codes in the community and showing that we're getting the same answer. GX is unique in that it uses pseudospectral methods, not just in space where we use Fourier representation, but we also use it pseudospectral methods in the velocity space discretization, where we use Hermite and Laguerre spectral methods. And these methods are ideal for GPUs. The compute intensity here is mostly in fast transforms and tensor operations, which GPUs are very good at. And so we've designed and implemented the code directly in CUDA and C. So you can see here a comparison of GX running on a single A100 GPU to one of these established codes, CGyro, which is running here on 88 CPU cores, and getting something like 5 to 8 times speed up in this case, which is really nice. Additionally, the way that we discretize our velocity space appears to have better convergence properties, which means that we can still be accurate even with something like 7 times less velocity resolution. So you can see that in this table here, where here on the first line, both codes are using some higher velocity resolution. And so here, GX again is running on a single A100 GPU and taking 18 minutes for this case, whereas CGyro is running now on 256 CPU cores and taking a half an hour. But then we can scale down the velocity resolution in GX and still be accurate all the way down here. And now we're at a little over 2 minutes for a calculation, whereas CGyro got inaccurate on this first step. And so now we're 10 or 15 times faster than this other code. And so this enables us to do even more fun stuff, like coupling this into the Trinity algorithm to do transport timescale modeling. So this is a demonstration calculation with GX and Trinity. So in each of, so this is one of these temperature profiles, and we're going to evolve it in time. And so in each of these cells, there's going to be GX calculations happening, which are going to be computing fluxes, and then passing that back to the Trinity algorithm so that it can do its advance. And so in total, this required 16 instances of GX, each one running on its own GPU. And we did some number of time steps. And so this is the total number of nonlinear GX evaluations that were required to compute like something like that heat flux trace that I was showing you before. And so the total cost of this calculation was about 2 hours on 16 GPUs. These were V100 GPUs, but it might have been 70% faster on an A100 or on A100 GPUs. And you can see the comparison of what it might have taken for the other code to do this. And so this is a pretty significant performance gain, and it's going to allow us to predict and optimize core profiles in this way for future fusion experiments, which is very exciting. So now I'll transition to the edge. So you could, so in these calculations, I was fixing this edge boundary condition. And what we'd like to have is something happening out here in the edge that would be feeding back on the core. And so that's where Jekyll comes in. So Jekyll, modeling the boundary region requires specialized kinetic turbulence codes. Turns out you can't use the same multi-scale approach that I use in the core. And so Jekyll is specialized for modeling this kinetic turbulence in the boundary. It handles arbitrarily large fluctuations. It uses special boundary conditions where the plasma interacts with the walls. We have developed an energy conserving discontinuous Galerkin discretization scheme for Hamiltonian systems like gyrokinetics. And then a central contribution of my thesis work was to develop a novel scheme that models electromagnetic interactions between the plasma turbulence and the confining magnetic field in the boundary for the first time. And so Jekyll is massively parallel, scales to thousands of cores. And we're also working on a GPU implementation of Jekyll. So a little bit about DG. DG is a class of finite element methods with discontinuous basis functions. So you can see here what a piecewise constant representation of this green function would be. And then you can go to higher order in each cell. So this would be a piecewise linear representation in each cell. Here's a piecewise quadratic representation in each cell. And so these methods are highly local, they're highly parallelizable. They allow you to go to this high order accuracy, and they also are very good at enforcing local conservation laws, which makes these things nice for the kind of calculations that you need to do in the boundary. So a little bit more about the way that we're doing our DG scheme. So our equation can be expressed generically as some sort of hyperbolic conservation law for some scalar f, advected at some phase velocity alpha. So if I make a modal expansion of my solution f on some basis functions in each cell, then the fundamental DG operations can be expressed as tensor products. So there's a volume term in the DG discretization where you integrate over some cell, and you weight the equation by some basis function, and you end up with something like this, where you have some inner product of basis functions dotted into the velocity and f. And so this is some tensor. Naively, doing this would take the same amount of operations as if you evaluated this integral with quadrature, but we choose basis functions that are orthonormal, which means that this tensor is sparse. And then what we do is we use a computer algebra system. We use Maxima to compute these sparse tensor products analytically, and then write the solver kernels for us. So here's what that looks like. So we have some operation, some tensor contraction that looks like this, and we give that to Maxima, and then we say, write out all the non-zero elements of this expression, and that's what you see here. And so Maxima is generating thousands of lines of machine-written C code for us, and there's no explicit, this sum is not, there's no loop for that sum, and so we're able to take advantage of the significant sparsity of this tensor contraction. Excuse me. So if you did this naively, this is how many multiplications and additions this would have been. But since T is sparse and we don't write out any of the zero elements, we reduce it down significantly to this number of multiplications and additions. This made the code something like 30 times faster than an old nodal version of the code that used quadrature. And then these kernels have a very high arithmetic intensity, which makes them really nice for modern computing architectures like GPUs. So here's what some of the Jekyll simulations actually look like. What you're seeing here is some view of looking at the midplane of the plasma. You're looking down a magnetic field line, and you can see blobs of plasma. They propagate radially outwards in the boundary region. The physics here is similar to the Rayleigh-Taylor instability of a heavy fluid falling into a lighter fluid. So the heavy fluid would be like over here, and the lighter fluid would be over here. And this turbulence that you're seeing here can spread out the heat flux footprint on the diverter plates. So as heat is flowing down these open field lines, there's turbulence, then the turbulence can spread things out, and it can spread out the heat. So here's an example of that. So we started with some heat flux profile here. The turbulence could spread it out, and you could have a lower peak heat flux on the plates, which might allow them to survive longer. And then here's a visualization of some of the novel electromagnetic effects that I implemented in Jekyll. So So for this visualization, I'm going to take this domain, which is it's a helical domain, but I'm going to straighten it out just for visualization purposes. So it's going to be some long box. And then so say we have some blob of plasma that is going to move radially. And as it moves, it can drag field lines with it. So in a plasma, a magnetic field line behaves like a taut string. And so what's happening here is that the field lines can be plucked essentially by the plasma motion. So as this blob of plasma moves out, it can basically pluck the field line and make it bend and move. So here's going to be a visualization of that box. So on this left side, I'm going to be looking down the box like this. And on the right side here, I'm going to be looking down on the box like this. And so this is the long end of the box where the field lines go like this. And I'm going to trace field lines. And so say some field line bended out like this in this projection, it might look something like this in this particular projection. So I'll play the movie here. And so in the background here, I'm plotting the electron density again. And so you can see that as the plasma moves through the magnetic field, it kind of grabs onto it and bends and stretches the field lines. And so the field lines here, you can see them behaving like guitar strings. Maybe someday I'll put this to music. So this is a kind of a nice demonstration of one of the major contributions of my thesis work. All right, so we now have a model for the core. We're going to use GX and Trinity. We have a model for the boundary, Jekyll. And so if we can stitch them together, we will have a whole device transfer model. We'll be able to study the impact of changes in core confinement on the boundary, and we'll be able to look at things the other way. Like if we found some solution to the heat exhaust problem, what would that do to core confinement? And so as we add even more physics to these models, we can achieve true predict first modeling capability, which will be first of a kind. Okay, so but we're not done because the title of my slot of my talk was something about optimization at exascale. So if we wanted to do that, we would need to ensure that our whole device model is actually sub-exascale. Maybe it's even petascale. And so doing that clearly requires both algorithmic advancements and effective hardware use using GPUs and things. But so if we could, each whole device calculation could compute key figures of merit, things like the total fusion power, energy confinement time, how much heat is going to the walls. And then so there in a tokamak core, you could imagine something like 20 shaping parameters that could be varied simultaneously, and you could vary some configurations in the diverter and the boundary. And so if you took a bunch of these possible configurations and then ran them through a parallel optimization algorithm that maybe ran 10 or 100 shapes simultaneously, and maybe use some hierarchy of models of varying speed and accuracy so that you could initially narrow the design space with like fast machine learning models, and even build in economics or safety factors. You could do a optimization calculation at near exascale. But this isn't all just a pipe dream. We have done preliminary design study back in 2018. So in that study, we were taking a precursor to GX, coupled to Trinity, where we were designing a reactor, essentially. We were perturbing two parameters. So one of them was the elongation, so how elliptical the surface is. And the other was something called triangularity. So most tokamaks have an outward D shape like this red, but you could you could flip the triangularity and get to negative triangularity, like this blue. And so we let our optimization algorithm crawl through this parameter space. It did 18 shape design evaluations, which required over 8,000 nonlinear GX calculations, and that took 3,000 GPU node hours. And it found the thing that it decided was the best was actually a negative triangularity configuration. And so you can see here the initial temperature profile, and then it got up to this higher 91% increase in power per unit volume here by going to this negative triangularity. And this result is actually consistent with recent experimental results on the D3D tokamak at General Atomics, which have showed improved confinement at negative triangularity. So this is actually from the actual experiment when they were trying a negative triangularity configuration. So very exciting, and this is clearly just the beginning. We're going to be doing lots more of these calculations very soon. All right, to summarize, I presented a whole device framework for modeling turbulence in transport and fusion reactors. We have GX modeling core turbulence with spectral methods on GPUs. It couples to transport solver like Trinity to do multi-scale transport model. And then I have Jekyll modeling the boundary turbulence with DG methods. It has a first of a kind kinetic scheme that includes magnetic fluctuations. A number of key advances have been made here, spanning theory, algorithms, and hardware. Still work to do, but we can achieve game-changing whole device modeling and optimization design better fusion reactors. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. This work was funded by CSGF, also the SciDec program, and right now I'm on a FES postdoc fellowship program. Thank you again. Happy to take questions.
All right, thanks, Noah. Questions? Yeah, Vint.
One of the things that we learned at Google is that some of the machine learning algorithms were capable of detecting plasma instability and to respond faster than human beings could. Yeah. This was in the what is it called, Tri-Alpha systems out in Southern California. Does that turn out to have relevance for the kinds of models that you're working with?
So I think that is probably in terms of stability control, but you could imagine perhaps feeding some knowledge of turbulence into something like that, and so controlling the plasma in such a way that you even enhance confinement. Nobody's doing that right now, but it's something that it's certainly at some point within the range of possibility.
Yeah. No, this is very exciting and important work. If you're going to do this at exascale and run on a machine like Frontier, and your key kernels are written in CUDA, how will you get that to run on that machine?
Yeah, so I've looked a little bit into HIP and the HIPify tool. I think it seems like it will be somewhat straightforward. The syntax and the way things are designed seems very similar between CUDA and HIP. And so that is something that we're certainly going to be targeting. Right now we're targeting Perlmutter at NERSC, but certainly HIPifying and getting onto Frontier will be something that we'll definitely be wanting to do.
Is there a way to write one version that's portable across the systems, or do you have to write it?
That's the idea behind HIP. It makes it portable to NVIDIA devices and AMD devices within the same you don't, you write it in HIP and it can compile to CUDA or the AMD. Yeah.
And it'll be performance portable or just run?
I hope so. If the tools are as good as they're saying they are, then it certainly seems like it. So to be determined, but I'm optimistic.
Any other questions? All right, well, as I said, this is great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, and last by no means least, Jordan is going to talk to us about OSCAR Leadership Computing Challenge Portfolio for the 22-23 allocation year. And I'm sure the answer is there's way more capacity than there is demand. So
thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Jordan Thomas, and I am the OSCAR Leadership Computing Challenge Program Manager. To wrap up today's ASCAC agenda, I'll be discussing with you guys the newly allocated 2022-2023 ALCC awards. I'm sure we're all familiar with this slide, which highlights the OSCAR facilities, but I include it to give reference to the facilities that I'll be discussing today. Through the ALCC program, we allocate compute time on the 3 high-performance computing facilities at Argonne Leadership Computing Facility, Oak Ridge Leadership Computing Facility, and NERSC. I also wanted to give an overview of the different allocation programs and the points of access to the OSCAR computing resources. At the leadership computing facilities, most of the compute time gets allocated through the Insight program, which operates a yearly call with an extensive computational readiness review and peer review. The Insight program is open to all scientific domains and user communities, and they generally award large allocations, generally from 500,000 to 2 million node hours for each project. At NERSC, the majority of the compute time is awarded through ERCAP. ERCAP is again a yearly call with a peer review, but this path is only open to SE program offices, and they generally award small to medium allocations, with allocations ranging from thousands of node hours up to about 1 million node hours. Today, I'll be discussing in more detail the OSCAR Leadership Computing Challenge, or ALCC. We also have a yearly call with a peer review process. ALCC is primarily focused on DOE priorities, and we generally award medium allocations with the typical award size being from tens of thousands node hours up to 1 million node hours generally. And then finally, there's the director's discretionary programs at each of the facilities, which provides rapid allocations for project preparation and immediate needs. The ALCC program strives to balance a broad range of priorities. At the top of the slide, I have written the ALCC mission statement. The allocation program strives to provide high-performance computing resources in areas that are directly related to the DOE mission, that respond to national emergencies, and that broaden the community of researchers. We balance these priorities by granting compute time on projects that support the Office of Science priorities, that support more general DOE priorities, that facilitate our interagency collaborations, and that also facilitate our industry collaboration and partnerships. And then finally, we also aim to be able to provide computational resources to respond to national emergencies. And here in my little national emergency block, you actually see a COVID-19 simulation that was simulating the aerosol spread, COVID-19 spread in a classroom. So, our OSCAR resources and through the ALCC program use compute time to respond to the COVID-19 emergency, and we hope to be able to do so with any future national emergencies. For the 2022-2023 allocation cycle, we allocated compute time on several machines. At Oak Ridge Leadership Computing Facility, we awarded just over 7 million node hours on Summit. At ALCF, we allocated 6 million node hours on Theta and over 700,000 million node hours, or 700,000 node hours on Polaris. And at NERSC, we allocated 2.65 million node hours on Perlmutter. Additionally, in the 11th hour, NERSC gave us additional time on Corey so that we were able to accommodate some additional DOE priorities. And we also allocated a few select projects on Frontier at OLCF to help facilitate that transition to exascale. I will note that across these facilities, of course, the node hour comparison is not one-to-one, but we were extremely excited to be able to allocate over 18 million hours across all these machines. The ALCC program process was revised in 2021 under the guidance of Christine Chalk, and we maintained the same system for the 2022 cycle. ASCAR established a cross-department ALCC working group to better balance the broad range of ALCC priorities, but also to balance the workload of managing the portfolio. We use a binding pre-proposal process and have also included a resource suitability pre-review where each of the facilities examines the pre-proposals to make sure that the resource that's being requested is suitable for the project. We have also implemented an allocation request ceiling so that no one project can request more than 25% of a given resource, and that's to ensure that the allocation requests stay in that medium size range and that we're able to allocate to several projects and not just a couple. We operate a peer review process that's distributed across the ALCC working group, and each DOE program or office that's represented on the working group is actively involved in the project selection. An overview of our timeline. The ALCC call is generally released in the fall. We shoot for October. And then the pre-proposals are received in December, right before Christmas. The pre-proposals are reviewed by the ALCC working group, and we also send them to the facilities to give their quick computational suitability review. The full proposals are due in February, and then the peer review process is undergone February through April. We use at least 3 subject matter experts per proposal, and these scientific experts, review the scientific and computational merit. In May, we undergo project selection. We rank the projects based off of their review scores and program priority, and we select the projects based off of the support of the DOE mission, broadening the HPC community, and program priority. And then finally, on July 1st, the selected projects are announced, and the allocated time gets distributed to all the different projects, and they have between July 1st and June 30th of the subsequent year to use their allocations. For the 2022 ALCC cycle, 100 pre-proposals were submitted, which was up a little bit from last year where we had 87 submitted. 2 of these were discouraged, 98 encouraged. Of those 98 encouraged pre-proposals, we had 87 submit full proposals, which again is slightly up from last year's 76. The breakdown was 57% from laboratory, 36 university, 5% industry, and 2% other. And we ended up selecting 45 projects, also up from last year's 41, with the breakdown being 52% laboratory projects, 42 university, 4% from industry, and 2% from other. Here I give an overview of the project breakdown by domain area. So we allocated 45 projects, a total of 18 million node hours. 19 of these 45 projects were from previous ALCC awardees, and we awarded to 16 unique universities. And you can see in my donut chart here on the left, broken down by domain area, about 10 of the projects are in the nuclear physics arena, 9 in physics, 7 earth science, 6 biology, 5 material science, 4 specifically fluid dynamics, 3 are chemistry, and that 1 is a computer science project. And I also have the breakdown in the bar chart on the right by individual machine. So 24 projects are on Summit, 11 on Theta, 10 on Perlmutter GPU, 8 on Perlmutter CPU, 6 are on Polaris, 3 on Cori, and 3 on frontier. I also give the same breakdown by domain area, but instead of number of projects, this is millions of node hours. So you can see for nuclear physics, about 4.3 million node hours, earth science, 4 million node hours, etc. And then also the breakdown on each individual machine, just over 7 million node hours on Summit, 6 on Theta, etc. I also wanted to go ahead and highlight a few key projects that we awarded this year. So one was awarded to Christine Goulet at the University of Southern California. She plans to simulate a regional hazard map of Southern California using a physics-based model that simulates earthquake ruptures and wave propagation. While this work focuses on California, the results are applicable across the country and will stimulate years of scientific and engineering research, contributing to improved science and design innovation. Additionally, we're awarding 400,000 node hours on Theta to Jae Young Park from TAA Technologies. So this is one of our industry partners. And Park will conduct particle in-cell simulations to better understand plasma stability in the high density regime. Additionally, we're allocating to Jackie Chen at Sandia National Labs, who's looking into e-fuels and hydrogen-rich fuels as zero carbon alternatives to fossil fuels for gas turbine engines for power generation. Her group plans to perform direct numerical simulations of ammonia hydrogen fuel blends to better understand the pathways for NOx formation. And Heidi Hansen at ORNL and her group is aiming to create a set of tools to be used by health agencies to predict, detect, and respond to public health emergencies. To support this goal, with this ALCC allocation, they plan to securely train deep learning models for processing clinical text that contains protected health information. I also go ahead and list all 45 of the projects in the ALCC portfolio this year. I won't go through and read all of them, but I do break them down by individual scientific domain. So here we have all of the physics projects listed. I will also note that all of the projects and their summary fact sheets are available on our website for you guys to look at as well. And I also have listed the nuclear physics, including the one from Jae Young Park that I previously just talked about. We also have the earth science and fluid dynamics projects, including the project out of GE that was discussed earlier today, the aeroacoustics, enabling sustainable aviation, and the project out of NREL, that's unlocking the wind farm dynamics. We also have the biology, chemistry, and computer science projects. And in this list, we have 2 of those 3 projects that have been granted time on Frontier. The AI-driven multi-scale investigation of the RIF activation lifecycle out of Lawrence Livermore National Lab. And the privacy performing transformer models by Heidi Hansen that I just discussed. And then finally, we have our material science projects. And I'll go ahead and wrap up by talking about some considerations for next year's cycle. So next year, we're hoping to increase our representation of the ALCC working group. It's really kind of the bread and butter of this program. Everyone is working together to make sure that the projects are reviewed properly and that we hit all of the DOE, interagency, industry, and national emergency priorities that we're striving to find balance between. Additionally, I'd like to refine how our review panels are grouped to include cross-cutting initiative groupings. Topics like artificial intelligence aren't just binned in computer science, they are spread out across all the scientific domains. And I think that our review panels need to reflect that interdisciplinary nature. Additionally, We're looking into demographic data collection from our applicants and potentially from our reviewers so that we can better understand how to broaden our user community. Currently, we don't have any information on this. So as we try to critically examine our program and how we can do better to reach new user communities, I'm hoping that we can include some demographic data to get a sense of where we are and how we can improve. And then I'd also some strategic plans and goals. I'd like to better refine how we handle out of cycle ALCC proposals. And this, for example, would be how we respond to national emergencies, how we select projects that are going to respond to critical issues that come outside of the typical ALCC cycle. I also want to better define ALCC within the OSCAR allocation space. And I want to look into providing more resources and outreach for applicants, including seminars and frequently asked questions as applicants are creating their proposals. Again, to increase our user representation and broaden the HBC community. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions, Valerie?
See, thank you. It was very informative about the allocation. My question relates to last week attending the Renew meeting at Oak Ridge, in which a question came up about educational proposals for allocation. And so because we were having discussions about simulations for quantum computing and so that topic came up, and I was just wondering if you accept educational proposals.
I think I will have to defer to Barb on this. I was not at this meeting. And so I'm not entirely sure what's meant by educational proposals. Or Christine.
Okay. It would depend on the size. If it were in the medium size that ALCC targets, absolutely, that's the right mechanism to apply. If they're smaller and they're just for like training purposes, then the director's discretionary program is the right way to go.
Okay, because they were looking at training and in some cases for classes, like incorporating some of the simulations in the classes.
Yes, and we've also developed a secure container so that we don't have to go through the whole export control foreign student concern problem. So we do have, but we are getting there in terms of having a way to make it a little easier, but the magnitude needs to be understood. We don't want to promise every institution in America that they can have a class using Summit or Frontier, because that would quickly become a large allocation.
Right, and they were just talking about it last week with respect to like the track 2 training. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Christine.
Yeah, perhaps another version of a similar question, which is over the time that you've been looking at this, what's been the flow of projects in and out? I mean, of this category of ALCC. Do a number of them come in having been experimented with in the director's discretionary pool and then sort of get into this level? Do a number of these go on to Insight or AirCap, or do they get finished as, you know, declared a success victory would go on to other problems after ALCC?
It really depends on the project. I will say that most projects come into ALCC having already spent time on the computers scaling up their code, whether it be through director's discretionary or AirCap. Through ALCC, we do not provide individualized support for scaling your code. So we basically expect that PIs are able to get their code up and running on the machines with little dedicated support. So that's one of the limitations to PIs that come in as new users, and something that we're examining critically within the program. Lots of projects get awarded time through ALCC or Insight. We have one project, Christine Goulet's previously had a couple of Insight allocations and now has an ALCC allocation after she was not awarded an Insight allocation. Some get multiple ALCC allocations back to back. Some wrap up their projects through ALCC. So it really depends on the team, the project. And like I said, AirCap is only open to SC projects. So SCPIs oftentimes can start off on ERCAP, and then ERCAP is only on NERSC, on Perlmutter and Quarry. So if they're interested in using the leadership computing facilities, then they would be looking to transition into either ALCC or Insight for those calculations.
Can I, real quick, since you mentioned ERCAP, Valerie, in addition, if any funded Renew project is an OSCAR funded project and would have access to an ERCAP allocation through OSCAR.
Yeah. So amongst the different categories of allocations like Insight or CAP, is there a way to cohesively track the evolutions of particular research groups or so forth, such that they, because our model is basically we're trying to encourage people to start out small, but they would, as time evolves, obviously they will, grow into more, I would say, experienced groups, such that they will, of course, then require more allocation. And of course, the more groups you have at the top, it's very likely to have more innovations, because we've seen that typically the groups that have exhibit the most innovations are usually the groups who are using most allocations, and that's what we want as supercomputing. So how do you is there a way to track the evolutions of these research groups across the allocations? Is there a mechanism to do that, or do you collaborate with other allocation strategies? What's the mechanism here?
That was actually one of the motivations for forming the cross DOE working group, because what we didn't have access to was groups that EERE, for example, had been nurturing and that had been running on NRail and were ready to use leadership computing facilities. And we didn't have any way of knowing the investment that NRail and EERE had been putting into those teams. So the working group is made up of program managers from across the department who have connections to a program where they can get that information. Like how long have we invested in this code is one of the priority areas that we ask them to tell us. So that helps us to get those long-term investments and to see their trajectory. Otherwise, there isn't an obvious mechanism except to maybe do, a computer science project where we pull all the allocations and we try to figure it out. But what we discovered is that some teams, like the Christine Goulet's project, they had dramatically changed their code to be able to run on Summit, and they had run for 2 years, and they only had 1 year left of their campaign, and they didn't make the cut for Insight because it was so competitive. And that was a big factor in us making room for them in ALCC, because they're going to refactor their code after this run for Frontier, and they still needed to run one more time. They needed one more campaign to finish up with this version of their code. So we might need to add some more questions to the application so that people can share those kinds of stories. But our first attempt at getting to that was having these experienced program managers from across the department who could bring that information to the table when we made our decisions.
Oh, okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So I was happy to see that you're going to start collecting demographic data about your users and reviewers. I wondered if you have started thinking about, once you set your baseline, how you will attract more diversity in those in both the users and the reviewers.
Yeah, that's something that we're actively thinking about right now, and I don't have a plan laid for, plan forward yet. I think for the first year, just getting a baseline of where we stand. We don't have a very good sense of even kind of, our current user base demographics, but also who's new to the DOE high performance computing ecosystem, even which ALCC projects are repeat, submissions. We don't have very good metrics on. So my first order of business is going to be kind of laying the foundation of just getting the data that we need. And then crafting a plan forward to try to broaden the community of HPC users within DOE. That's something that's being actively talked about within OSCAR and within the Office of Science. And we're trying to pull on as many voices as we can to strategize ways that we can broaden the community and get as many people involved as we can.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, last chance. Anyone else? Let me double check online. Anybody from the back who's still hanging in here with us? All right, then I think we're
Okay. Okay. One additional question is, so with the launch of Frontier and then the follow on Aura and possible upgrade to nurse facilities, do you and there'll be a huge bump in capacity overall with all the machines. So do you expect the with this increased capacity, do you expect this allocation strategy to change, or do you foresee business as usual? I mean, do you think you need to change anything to accommodate this humongous bump in the overall system capacity? Or yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to have a conversation with the facilities in terms of ALCC with the number of projects that they're able to support. So with the increase in capacity, there is the potential to be able to allocate some more projects and, like I said, broaden the HPC user community. However, one of the drawbacks to allocating to too many projects is that there's not enough support at the facilities to be able to provide the scaling support that projects may need. So we try to find a balance between allocating enough hours to projects so that they can do the simulations that they need to do, and to allocating to projects to meet all of our priorities and not overload the facilities with too many projects to try to manage. So that's something that'll be a plan that we collaborate with the facilities on, of how we proceed with the allocation programs.
all right. Thank you very much, Jordan. I want to end by asking if there are any other comments from the folks who are on Zoom, the public comments. So not seeing any, we'll adjourn for the day. We'll pick up again tomorrow at 10 Eastern. So thank you all. And Jordan, thank you for being the wrap up here for us. Appreciate it. All right.
No problem.
Have a
Thank you.
good evening, everyone.